Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? I haven't talked to you guys in so long. Thank you guys for being here.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, let me turn off my phone. I like to watch the chat on my phone because StreamYard doesn't show everything all the time. So sorry about that. Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Everybody good? All right, let me go and say hello to everybody that's in here. Thank you guys for showing. I know it's like a pop-up live, but like I said before, you know how these things can be with me. But I appreciate everybody being here. So, hello, Daisy Dead Petals. Hello, Betty Damboob. Hello, Josh. Hi, B. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Sarah's Odd. Let me scroll down here. Am I missing? Hi, Don. How's everybody doing? Okay, let me see. Oh, hi, Cool Gamer. Hi, Kelly K. Hi, Chicago. Hi, Dirty Uncle Sal. How are you? Long time no see, people. Okay, so I hope everybody is well. I appreciate the people that are here. There's a couple things that I want to go over. Again, I know that this is a kind of preemptive live, but again, like I said, it is what it is. The reason why I did a preemptive live, well, as you guys saw on Thursday, I was going to go live and talk essentially about some stuff that Coley was doing, saying, all that stuff. But then some other things started to happen. And I just wanted to pay attention for a little bit, see how that went. I took this last year. I haven't taken it since. I've been focusing on just like college stuff. But I did in my college semester, my first college semester back with a 4.0. So the sommelier stuff is on hold as I am back in college. I hope to kind of come around back to that again. It's a passion of mine, but yeah, so that's where I'm at now. Thank you for asking, Sal. Okay, so back to what I was saying. I wanted to do a live on Thursday, but then some stuff started happening, so I wanted to pay attention to it. I don't think that at this time I have the full gravity of everything, but with everything that's going on and things I do know, I want to give my opinion because, oh, yes, please. Thank you, Don. Spaghetti in the chat, spaghetti gang gang. Hi, education. Always and forever, spaghetti gang gang. I'm glad you called me live too, education. I hope you're well. I hope everybody's well. Oh no, dude, you're totally fine. I have kind of been MIA and just, focusing on other things. But I keep my eye on this stuff when I can. As you will see by this live, it's not going to be my normal live where I have receipt after receipt after receipt. I have some I have to show and some clips I have to that I want to respond to. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Or not respond to, but comment on rather, because it's not really about me, but it's about our little community here. So, yeah, I wanted to talk about it. So, I was thinking about it. I usually don't have people up on panel, but I may this evening. I don't want to be on here too long. It's already 10 o'clock, and I do want to watch a couple of things. So we'll see how that goes. But if anyone has anything pressing to say, we'll see, how we do. I'm off tomorrow. I don't have anything to do. And I wanted to chat with you guys. But the main reason that I wanted to get on here and talk is because people are deleting videos left and right out here. Left and right. The past few months, this community has been wrought with back and forth as we always are, right? But back and forth between Sarah Jean, Coley, now Mandy, then Wildflower Tea got involved. Tira did a video. So, yeah, so I just have some things to say. Hi, Patty. Yes, Josh, things have been interesting for sure. And I think that there's some sus things happening. Now, we can all start with an opinion. Yeah, dude. I really wish people would just like stop fucking deleting shit. Just stop it. If you say it, mean it, stand on it, leave it fucking there, please. Just fucking leave it there. And then when I go around and I record what I can, people are like, "Oh my god, why is she recording? She's so crazy." It's because you motherfuckers keep deleting shit. This is really like stop. Anyway, so we can all start with an opinion, right? And then that opinion can develop. Now, me myself, I always, well, not always, but I generally, when I have an opinion about something, it very rarely ever changes. Very rarely. I consider myself an intuitive person, you know, but I'm kind of looking sideways at some people. So this evening we're going to be talking about, oh yeah. 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 Totally. By the way, thanks everybody that gave me love on my community posts with my school and stuff and me going to Paris and stuff. I really appreciate you guys. That was sweet. Especially in this community, it's nice to have a little bit of positive stuff. So I appreciate you guys. Anyway, so this is very clearly going to be about the ongoing saga between Sarah Jean Coley, as seen by a subscriber, and a new player in the game, Mandy, who goes by True Crime Blonde. Now, none of these people are blocked from my channel except for Coley. Get fucked. It is what it is. You're blocked. Go on your channel, spew your shit. Everybody else is not blocked. If you have a problem with that, ain't my problem. Okay. So, as we all know, as seen by a subscriber, Coley was best friends. We laugh because we know. Best friends with Sarah Jean. And I'm going to start off big here. They were so close that Coley said to Sarah that her dying wish was to hug Sarah before she died. Now, we all know Coley's history with how she is quite obsessive with her online friends. By the way, I have a little dry throat, so excuse that. But we know how she is. She has created in her mind, and not always in her mind, but mostly, these intense friendships with creators and other people on this platform for it only to blow up in her face in the end, right? And here we are again. But she said to Sarah Jean that her dying wish was that she gets to hug and meet Sarah Jean. Now, if this isn't the most manipulative, crazy piece of shit that I have heard on the fucking internet, I don't know what is. I really don't. That's just so wild. Imagine saying to someone, I'm dying, right? But the last thing that I want to do, stranger, is I want to meet you and I want to give you a hug. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that this couldn't be possible in relationships or these scenarios don't happen. But with Coley and her track record, it's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. And so that's like my biggest problem. Well, not my biggest problem, but one of my problems with this whole scenario was that specific thing right there, right? Anyway, so they were friends, but essentially after Coley said this to Sarah Jean, Coley decided to ghost Sarah Jean and not respond to her messages. Okay? Hold on. Yes, please. Yeah, do. Anyway, so my overall opinion about this situation is that, I mean, I even kind of mentioned it in passing in a video before, in a live before, that it just seems to me, and I'm not trying to minimalize anything here because I think Coley did a lot of fucked up shit to Sarah. I really do. She got online and talked about how Sarah's dad was dead or something, and that was not true. And that is just fucking egregious. You know, Coley, she says egregious shit all the time. Just, it's fucking weird. But we are going to talk about the essential problem here, okay? These were two friends and one ghosted the other. Now, having said all of the examples that I have said already, I understand that there's a lot of emotion involved in that. There is a lot of there's a little backstabbing in that, right? But you're fucking strangers, dude. You're fucking strangers. And so when Coley ghosted Sarah, Sarah decided to bring it to YouTube. I don't think really many of us knew who Sarah was. I know Sarah got on Coley's channel and did like a live or two from what I remember. But that was kind of her entrance into this community. Was she was friends with Coley and Coley ghosted her. Okay. Again, not trying to minimize anything, but something that has always bothered me is you guys were just friends who decided, I guess, not to be friends, or one person decided not to be friends to the other one. Then the other one took it to the fucking internet and then it got dirty. That's exactly what happened. Okay. Coley did a lot of bad shit. She stays on her channel doing a lot of bad shit, saying a lot of manipulative shit. It's just fucking constant. But I'm going to stand on the opinion that I don't believe that Sarah should have ever brought this to the internet. I have sat with this and thought about this for a long time. Now, I will never tell, and just like I told Sarah, I did reach out to Sarah and I'm going to go over that. But like I told Sarah, I will never tell someone not to talk about their story, because when all that shit happened with us, with crazy ass Callista, who's still sitting on her fucking channel trying to be in the community. Hi, Callista, go fuck yourself, by the way. You know, people said that shit to us, like, let it go, don't talk about it, stuff like that. But the thing is that, you know, we were accused of crimes and shit, right? And what fucking throws me about the situation that's happening right now is every single fucking creator in this community wants to make a video about Coley and Sarah not being friends anymore, but they didn't want to touch what we were fucking going through. I sat on my channel and I literally begged for people to question Callista, to talk about this shit, to bring it up. And almost nobody wanted to touch that shit. Nobody. And that was serious shit. But everybody wants to talk about the fact that these two fucking random people on the internet aren't friends anymore. And that shit kind of sickens me. Now, I know I'm looking at it from my perspective. What happened to us didn't happen to you guys. People's interests are different, you know, whatever. I understand that. But it just fucking blows my mind. I'm not going to lie. I have to point that shit out. That shit is wild to me. Anyways, so I have kind of sidelined supported Sarah, because Coley is just a fucking liar and a manipulator. That is fact. That is fact. Okay? But recently, see, let me back up. When this started to happen, right? And Sarah Jean and Coley were going at it, of course, that's going to get all of our attention, right? And we're going to talk about it because we have issues. We have previous issues with Coley, right? So we're going to talk about this shit. So, I mean, but then Sarah says, she puts out a community post and she says, I would appreciate that nobody talks about this anymore. And if you talk about it, you leave me out. And I commented on Sarah Jean's community post and I said, I will respect your wishes. No problem. Because that's just how I feel about it, right? It's her story. If she doesn't want to talk about it or whatever, I will try to talk about it delicately. And I think I did a very good job about that. Kind of leaving her out, but giving my opinion. And I was respecting that. But then more and more stuff started to happen between Coley and Sarah, right? And Sarah started to document all the lies and all the bullshit that that Coley was saying on her channel, right? And it just was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Let me take a little break here. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Hi, Dreamcatcher. I disagree. We will agree to disagree. That's all I have to say. Also, Dreamcatcher, not to call you out, but are you Debbie Bailey? Because Debbie Bailey had this same name. Or maybe it was Dreamweaver. I could be wrong. But, we're a little side-eye around here. But we're going to agree to disagree. Yes, I did. I read the disclaimer. So anyways, so then they just kept going at it, right? Getting more and more and more of us involved in this situation, right? But then Sarah gets on a live a couple of days ago and she's going off about Coley because Coley and Mandy True Crime Blonde, comes into the mix, right? True Crime Blonde, Mandy, used to be, quote unquote, best friends with Sarah Jean. Well, thank you for being honest, Debbie. So Mandy used to be friends, or quote unquote best friends, like I said, with Sarah Jean. And then Coley and Sarah Jean used to be so close that Coley's dying wish was to hug Sarah Jean. Okay? Oh, you were the one that was that channel? Because that started some shit too. Debbie, why are you always starting shit in this fucking community? I mean, Lord. Anyway, so these people are sort of friends or whatever. And Mandy and Sarah stop being friends with each other. So this causes, and then Coley and Sarah Jean stop being friends with each other, right? So then Mandy sneaks into fucking Coley's DMs and is like, hey, I'm so sorry that I said all of this fucking awful shit about you, and I need your forgiveness. But she, as we're going to see later, class, only crept in fucking Coley's DMs because she was no longer friends with Sarah Jean. She admitted that. I got her to admit that on Wildflower T's channel. That is fucking sus as shit. So then Mandy and Coley decide that they're going to have a very popular, very famous podcast, in Coley's words. Because we all know she had that very famous political podcast. And they decide they're going to start a paranormal podcast, right? On Coley's channel. I feel like they should have started this on a separate channel, but they didn't do that. It's on Coley's channel, right? Well, they kind of got up there and they did a live, wildly successful, wildly. In Coley's words, they have a wildly successful podcast, but she had one before too. It's bullshit, but whatever. She's a liar. And so, they did a couple of live streams together, and I'm sure most of you saw it was discombobulated at best. They had no script, they had no intention, and they would always end up talking about Sarah Jean. Always. Then Coley gets on her channel and she says that without talking to Mandy, after they have agreed to have this podcast together, Coley gets on her channel, sans Mandy, and says, I think that my channel is just better off being about Coley, and I'm going to do the stuff I want to do. By the way, Mandy, I will eventually return your calls and your text messages, but I don't want to do this podcast with you. And then we saw, I have a screenshot. Actually, I should have pulled that up. I didn't put this on the computer, but I should. Then we saw Mandy in the comments being like, hey, Coley, can you call me back? Can you call me back? What's going on? Because Coley was ghosting her too. Now, it is very interesting to me, and as you'll see in a minute, I asked Mandy about this, that Coley decided that she couldn't have or work out any sort of future game plan with Mandy whatsoever, but she sure as fuck would make sure that Mandy was front and center on her channel, on her panel, to fucking drag Sarah Jean every time. She wouldn't return Mandy's phone calls, but when she wanted to drag Sarah Jean again, what'd she do? She hit up Mandy and she said, what's up, girl? Let's do our makeup. And before we do our makeup, after we do our makeup, let's get on the channel and let's talk about fucking Sarah Jean. It's fucking shady as shit. As a matter of fact, there was a moment where Coley and Mandy were sitting on Coley's channel, and Coley looked directly into the fucking camera, and she said to Sarah, Mandy's my friend now, not yours, Sarah, and snickered about it. Well, that's fucking disgusting. Both of you. Mandy, Coley, disgusting. You two motherfuckers decided on some vindictive shit to befriend each other, to try to spite Sarah, and thought you looked cute as fuck sitting on Coley's channel under the guise that you were going to have, hi, Jennifer Smith. Thanks, girl. Thank you. Under the guise that y'all were going to have a little channel together. See, this is my opinion. And hi, Tara. This is, in the words of Tara, my motherfucking conspiracy. I think Coley never had any fucking intentions of doing a paranormal podcast with you, Mandy. You can say, as we're going to see in a little bit, you can say, oh, Coley was into it. Coley was into it. No, she fucking wasn't. She was fucking lying to you. She used you just like you used her. And what you get is how you lose it. And we saw that happen with you two. You were never friends. Never. Now, I'm not in your relationship. I don't know what happens behind closed doors. But this is a fucking pattern. It's a pattern. You're like number what? 101 or something, Mandy? She used you, and she thought that she was going to slap Sarah Jean in the fucking face by having you on that panel. This is the number one reason I do not feel bad for Coley in this situation. Now, I do think Coley was wronged in another one. I'll get to that. But because you know me, I like to say when I think someone is right here, wrong there, and whatever. But this is fucked up what you did. Who does that shit? Who goes and finds someone's old best friend and befriends them and says, we're going to do a podcast, and has the fucking balls to get up on a podcast and be like, this is my friend now. Ha 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 ha. That is some childish fucking shit. And you both of you had fucking bad intentions. Period. Period, point blank. Now, let's fast forward after this happens. Sarah Jean is making fucking live streams. I have visited some of those live streams. I gave my opinion on some shit. It's still there. It is immature as fuck. It's still there. Stand by everything I fucking said, and I'm going to repeat it here. I support Sarah Jean in some ways when it comes to Coley, because we all know Coley, like I said before. But after Sarah Jean did her recent live stream 6 days ago, where she was tearing into Coley and all that shit, Mandy came in her chat, by the way, and I was giving Mandy credit because Mandy was in there apologizing to Sarah Jean, something Coley could never do. So I gave her credit where credit was due. But this is what I think was interesting about this. So Mandy and Coley, they set on Coley's channel on a live stream. Hi, Her Majesty. If I didn't say hi to anybody and I miss you, I'm sorry. You know how I get when I get on a tangent. They set on Coley's live talking shit about Sarah again. And by the way, Coley, you were the one that didn't stop. You were the one that didn't stop. Just my opinion. But set on Coley's live stream, and they were talking, right? But then people were coming in Coley's live stream and questioning some shit that was going down, right? So apparently, Coley, as seen by a subscriber, is still messaging and sending weird cryptic songs and all kinds of shit to Sarah Jean, when Sarah Jean has very clearly said she wants no contact. She doesn't want any messages from Coley, and she wants Coley to stop making videos, right? And Coley couldn't do that. Coley sent a message and a song to Sarah Jean on Mother's Day, of all days. Then, when she was questioned about it in her live stream, Coley got caught lying, because Coley was like, no, I didn't send Sarah Jean anything. I didn't send her anything. Nothing at all. On what day? What day was that? Mother's Day? No, not Mother's Day. I didn't send her anything. First of all, you know it's Mother's Day. You're a mother. You know Sarah's a mother. That day is very serious, or important, rather, I should use that word, to mothers. You knew, Coley, that you sent that on Mother's Day, but you set up on your fucking channel and you lied about it, and then you got called out publicly. That shit was fucking hilarious. I watched that happen. It was gold. You got called out. Mandy's sitting next to you on the live stream, and Mandy starts questioning Coley. And she's like, Coley, did you send her a message? Coley's like, no. And people in her chat was like, well, we know you're a fucking liar because it's already on Sarah Jean's channel. Sarah Jean played your message. We already know. And then Coley had to fucking admit to it. Just dead lying, like she always does. Just caught lying again. By the way, Coley, for you to be such a liar all the time is habitual. You are certainly not proficient. You are not. Even your manipulative tactics are immature at best. People see right through this shit. Okay? Anyways, so then you can see the wheels start turning in Mandy's head, right? And so you can see Mandy start questioning Coley like, oh, yeah, Coley's lying. But Coley also lied about something else in that live. She told Mandy that Tira made a video and mocked Coley in her postpartum about a child that had passed. Okay? Now, there's no delicate way to talk about this shit whatsoever, but you guys already know how I feel. When people say egregious shit, that shit just, it like fucks with me. I don't care who you are, what side you're on. All of you have said fucking disgusting shit, and I'm going to call it out. So, Coley, after you have accused Tira's adoptive father of being a P, who he's not, now you're saying that Tira is making fun of your child that has passed. Okay. Now, I keep up with Tira, but I don't keep up with her that well. So when I was in a live stream, Sarah's last live stream that was 6 days ago, I asked Tira in that comment section, I said, Tira, is this true? Now she said no. And I don't remember this ever happening. Honestly, it probably would have been sent to me if it had happened. So the problem is, Coley, when you get on your fucking channel and you say all of this shit, we as a community are so fucking tired of you not having proof. And then when people come on their channels, i.e. me and others, and show proof of shit that you do and say, then you and your little fucking stands have the nerve to sit on your channel and talk about how we are cherry picking, bending the truth, fucking lying, taking shit out of context, but you have never once got on your fucking channel with a shred of fucking proof. Have you? About shit. About nothing. And we're tired of it. Period. So tired of it. And it's constant. You are the new cancer in the community. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. Anyways, so then the very next day after this Coley Mandy live is when Sarah does her last live 6 days ago, the one I brought up, right? And Mandy comes into the live and she is apologizing. She's answering everyone's questions. I know I was like dealing out, hey, Wildflower, I was like dealing out a whole bunch of questions to her in that live stream. And I gave her credit in that live stream. And I was like, you know, I appreciate you answering all these questions and shit like that. She was taking bullets, right? And so I'm gonna give her a little bit of that. But I started thinking to myself, this is odd, right? For them to, by them, I mean Mandy and Coley, for them to have created such a strong bond, so much so they're starting a business together, a very successful podcast, right? And, you know, being best friends. And they even said, Mandy and Coley, you guys, by the way, even said that they were going to fly out and meet each other. Hey, Charlie Ann. They were going to fly out and meet each other. Does this sound familiar to you guys? Does this sound like a pattern to you guys when it comes to Coley? Yes, they were going to fly out and meet each other, right? But just hours later, Mandy don't want nothing to do with Coley. Nothing to do with her. And she is fucking backpedaling faster than anything. Anything. She's backpedaling faster than a duck that's caught in a fucking... I don't even know. I was going somewhere with that, but I failed. Just starts backpedaling though. And then after Mandy is backpedaling, she ends up on all kinds of live streams. She wants to be open about her situation with Coley. But the most important thing to know here. Hi, Amber, that Amber Chit. The most important thing to note is, and we're about to watch this on Wildflowers Live. The most important thing to note here is that Mandy did not take it upon herself who's an adult, who got herself into this bullshit, by the way, because she was the one that reached out to Coley, because she was no longer friends with Sarah Jean and she wanted to stick it to Sarah Jean. Let's call it what it is. Okay, Mandy, we see you, girl. I asked Mandy, I said, hey, did you tell Coley after that live stream in those couple of hours that you didn't appreciate her lying, or that you knew she was lying, or you didn't want anything to do with her, anything of the sort? Because we all saw Coley sitting on her channel, sending voice notes to Mandy, right? Coley looking really confused, being like, hey, people are coming into my chat and they're saying that you're in Sarah Jean's life. And I don't know what the fuck's going on. But guess what? Mandy didn't. She fucking didn't. At no point did she tell Coley, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. I think you're lying. This doesn't seem right to me. This makes me feel uncomfortable. Nothing of that sort. Now, Mandy admits that they had a conversation, right? But she kind of tells us what happened, but not really. Right? Let me take a little drink. So then we had to watch Coley spiral on her live stream, receiving the information from a subscriber that Mandy had turned on her, like every other person in this community. Now, I don't feel bad for Coley often for several of the reasons that I have listed. But at this moment, I kind of did feel a little bad for her thinking about it, because nobody wants to find out that kind of shit while you're sitting on a live stream because Mandy didn't do like her due diligence as a so-called friend. Keep in mind, you guys, a friend that was planning to meet each other, buying plane tickets, right? But she couldn't be fucking bothered to send her a message. And that makes me wonder if Mandy ever sent a message to Sarah Jean telling her that she didn't want to be friends with her or anything like that before she reached out to Coley. You know how I am with patterns. These people have patterns, right? All right, so let's get into the first of our little clips here. Let me find it, because you know I always got a lot of stuff going on my computer. All right. And we are going to watch when Coley found out what was happening with Mandy on her live stream. And it was like the last 10 minutes that rocked the world, or not rock the world. That's a little extreme. Sorry. The community. And then she got back on, right? So we're going to watch that. All right.
Okay. Well, if that's what you want, but this is my sayonara. I want nothing to do with any of y'all. Again, my circle is now closed. I've got Elle, I've got JJ, Cindy, and I've got my subscribers. That's it. I never want anything to do with any other creator. As in far as friendship, I just don't.
Okay. So we are going to keep in mind here the patterns of Coley, right? Where she says that she has been nothing but a friend to all of these creators. She has been a friend to Callista, Not Another Housewife, Tira, Mandy, Sarah Jean. I mean, literally the list goes on. I'm probably losing people at this point, but you guys already know. But she's like, I'm never going to be friends with creators ever fucking again, right? But then goes on to list a bunch of fucking creators. It's like, Coley, you never fucking learn shit. You never learn shit whatsoever. What would make you think that any of these people would be different. What would make you think that? And I mean, I don't sit here to pretend to know what's going on behind the scenes, but again, patterns. So you're telling me that you and LB are fucking friends? Girl, stop it. Girl, stop it. And as far as JJ and all of them go, this shit is gonna happen to you again. That's all I'm gonna say. It's like you learn nothing.
Can't. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. This is wrong, and you know it. After you came for me for months and 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 months, and then told me I wasn't sick for months and months and months and months, after I'm
Now she is talking directly to Mandy here. This is when she finds out what Mandy did, right? Now here's my thing about this particular part of this clip that I want to bring up. Mandy and Coley sat on Coley's channel on a live stream and talked about how Mandy, when she reached out to Coley to apologize for all of the things that she had done to Coley and said about Coley, Coley said, "It is forgiven. We are done with that. You admitted your wrongs here, okay?" But this is what Coley does. Now she's throwing it in her fucking face. When you forgive someone for something, in my opinion, you don't then, when something goes awry between you two, get to like just throw it up in someone's fucking face. You forgave her, Coley. You forgave her for all that. But now here you are in your victimhood talking about all the shit that fucking Mandy did to you. And it was instant. This was within minutes of her finding out what was going on. Minutes.
Mandy, when you were telling me that I wasn't sick, this is what I was going through. Let me show you. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Turn it down. Look. Hold on, let me turn the brightness down. Do you see that? I'm sitting there bleeding out of my fucking mouth. As you were in the back end telling me I wasn't sick, Mandy. And I forgave you. And this is what you do to me?
Exactly. You forgave her. You forgave her, right? It's the same shit that always fucking happens to you. You forgave her though. But in my opinion, this is another part where Coley throws up either her illness or what happened to her and all of that shit and decides to show a photo that happened to her a very long time ago to garner people and their fucking empathy for what she went through, right? Which was fucking terrible, by the way. I've already spoke on that. Fucking terrible. But now she's going deep with Mandy, right? Instead of like, this is your real friend. You guys are going to fly out to meet, right? You couldn't get off the fucking internet and just wait for her call, see what the fuck was going on. You just immediately brought it to the fucking internet, tried to get everyone on your side, but you didn't know the full story of what was going on. This is manipulative to me.
I'm done. Don't reach out to me, please. Just don't. I can't do this anymore. I don't want any other friends. If you're not in my circle right now, again, Cindy, JJ, my subscribers, Roddy Mom, oh, y'all know who I'm talking about. If you're not in my circle, it's closed. I can't do this anymore.
I want everybody to remember all of the names that she lists. We're going to remember this for the future.
I can't do this anymore. I did nothing to you, Mandy. Nothing. I did not lie to you. I told you everything.
That's a fucking lie. You did lie to Mandy. You absolutely did. You two lied to each other. You lied to fucking each other to try to piss Sarah Jean off. That's what the fuck you did. You lied to her on a live stream about contacting Sarah Jean. But then, Coley, you want to get upset when she's publicly in Sarah Jean's chat trying to work it out with Sarah Jean, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I see that as a side eye. I'm going to get to that. But you're mad about that. But you were privately reaching out to Sarah Jean your fucking self. Yourself. And you go on to say, Coley, that Sarah did all of this awful shit to your new friend Mandy, your new bestie Mandy. So then why would you reach out to someone that totally fucked you over, did awful shit to you, in your words, lied on you, lied on Mandy, stole business from Mandy, all of this shit, right? You're still reaching out to her. But you're mad at Mandy? You two did the same shit. You did the same shit.
That's why you fucking called me out for it on stream in front of everybody.
Yes, you did. But that's after subs called you out. You know, the ones you didn't block, Coley. You know, Coley, you sit on your channel all the time and you talk about how there's 10 people in your chat, but nobody is talking. It's probably because every one of those motherfuckers are blocked. I was in there chatting. I'm fucking blocked. But then you want to call people out and say that they're too pussy to come in your chat and say some shit. I have screenshots of me saying shit to you, but I'm blocked. So who's the pussy then?
Got it. Okay. Got it. I thought you were different.
Why? Why? Why is this 10th person different? You created a relationship out of chaos and out of hate for another person, equal hatred from another person. So why did you think it was different? Hi, Jojo.
Every single time, every fucking time, I think it's going to be different. It's always the same. It's always the same.
Now, this is a moment where I might feel bad for Coley because, you know, I can sit on here and rag on her for like always wanting a team and all of these people fucking her over, right? Because they all do fuck her over. But the thing that everyone has to remember about Coley is that she starts these relationships out of chaos. Her channel was started to come after Marissa, Not Another Housewife, and Bambi because she was defending her friend Britt, right? And then she put up videos about Sarah because she was defending Sarah in an MLM community controversy, right? And then she put up shit about Mandy because she was defending Mandy with Sarah. And then she put shit about Tierra because she was defending Tierra. Nobody's asking you to defend shit, right? But all of this shit starts in chaos, dude. That's what you don't realize. They are not healthy relationships. I mean, as much as like a healthy online relationship can be, but they're not healthy.
I should have known better.
Yes, you should have.
I should have known better. I should have known better. I knew it. I knew it. Anybody who was in any kind of proximity to Sarah, I should have known better. She's trash, and anybody who attracts her, and continuously after knowing the trash that she is, after calling you the things she called you, you run back to her.
Girl, you were running back to Sarah, this person you call fucking trash. You were running back to her, sending her shit on fucking Mother's Day. Okay. And it's not the only time you have messaged Sarah. Okay. You did the same shit, but you're sitting on here acting all fucking sad. But you did the same shit. Mandy did the same shit as you. But now you're going to sit here and call someone else fucking trash? someone that you lied on, act like you didn't have that you weren't doing anything wrong, act like you didn't sit up here and say that her dad had fucking died and all of this shit, right? But she's fucking trash.
You're just like her.
This is another thing Coley says all the time, that someone is just like someone else. You're one and the same. You're just like someone. That is fucking projection. That is the biggest projection I've ever seen from Coley.
Never talk to me again. Ever.
Also, maybe you should have said all of this fucking shit to her and not, you know, on the internet, on a live stream, perhaps. That might be a good idea. Because again, keep in mind, even though some bad things happen, these were just friends who decided not to be friends, or one ghosted the other. Can you imagine if like every person who went on it, and I'm not excusing it, I'm just saying, it's just in hindsight, it's really not that fucking big of a deal. And that's where I stand on it. That is where I stand on it. Coley is Coley and decided to fucking ghost Sarah. And then Sarah brought it to the fucking internet. That's what happened. That's what happened. And for some reason, it fucking enthralled a whole community to talk about it, including myself. But again, this is just because we have issues with Coley. And that's just how it goes around here. Okay, so now we are going to get into, there are 3 live streams that I want to go over, but I'm going to try to break them down to the points where I want to talk about. Little point of contention. Okay. We're going to start with, let's work backwards. Let's start with a point in Sarah Jean's live stream, right? Now, this is when, let me grab this. Let's see. Sarah Jean's live stream that is called, Are You Kidding Me? This is the last one she did. It was like 6 or 7 days ago. Okay. Now, this whole live stream, I was in this live stream giving our opinions on the situation or whatever. Okay. Now, before we continue with Mandy and then go on to Wildflower's stream and how I feel about Sarah today, we're going to talk about this important point that happened in Sarah Jean's live stream. And this is when Tara came in, or she came back in, or she was there or whatever, and she made a comment about Jenny Lee. Now, I want to take a moment. Jenny Lee, you're going to get your whole other fucking live stream, by the way. You're a fucking messy bitch. And I'm so tired of you, Jenny Lee, acting like you sit on your channel doing fucking DIY bullshit, Dollar Tree hauls. And you go and you're in everybody's fucking DMs. You're causing so much fucking problems all the fucking time. And then you want to do, when people talk about you, Jenny, you want to say, oh, I don't have a drama channel. I'm not going to say this again. I don't have a drama channel. Bitch, you are causing fucking drama and messy shit all over the place, and then have the nerve to say that you don't have a drama channel. Sitting up there as if you're like related to the queen and shit. By the way, this is petty, but side note, I saw you say that you had like, you did like some DNA thing and you were like equating it to be in relation to the aristocracy. Girl, stop. Literally stop. By the way, side note, not so evil stepmother did a live stream last week. I also will be going over that because it includes you, Jenny. Okay. And that whole situation, because I got some shit to say about that too. But Jenny, I just want you to know that we know that you are in everybody's DMs, and I suspect you are in Sarah's DMs, trying to be all buddy to her and all kinds of shit. And I did reach out to Sarah Jean, by the way. I'm going to get into that in a minute. But Jenny, girl, we see it. But anyways, so we're all chatting for a long time. You can see this video, right? This is an hour and 44 minutes into the video. Jenny's there the whole time. Hey, Elena. Jenny's there the whole time, right? I can't see her because she has everybody blocked, right? She wants to talk shit about everybody, but block everybody too. But she's in there. I know she's in there because I can see some of the people talking to her or whatever, but I don't say anything, right? But then Tira, this is where you were wrong, girl. Tira decides to make a comment, okay? And it wasn't a cool comment. So we're going to watch what happened. Then we're going to watch Tira's video. And then I'm going to comment on it because originally when Tira made the video about this situation, I wrote under her comment section that this video was fucking ridiculous. And I have a little slightly different view now, okay? Well, I appreciate you saying it, but I'm still going to give my opinion. Okay, everybody, let's go.
2 o'clock where I'm at, but yes, please do this. Yes, I know, but yes, please do it. Please.
You can see the comment section on this side, guys.
Especially because, again, I don't need to say especially why. Everybody knows why. Bye, Steph. Thank you for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a good day.
Girl, I was trying to leave and go to work.
Oh, you out of here too, Queen? I didn't see that. Bye, Queen. Thank you for stopping by.
Oh, my phone.
Have a good day. Denise, read the room. We don't talk about me. Y'all are bad. I hate Jenny. Can't stand her. She's here all the time. Oh, you stop, Tira.
Now, Tira says, God, I hate Jenny. I can't stand her, that she's here all the time. Okay. Now, Tira, okay, front and center, girl. We all have this opinion about Jenny. Okay. But the thing is, right? Like we all said to you then, we were all in someone else's live stream and you cause shit. Okay. We all know around here, around these streets, that when someone comes into someone else's live stream and they say certain things, you know how I run my live stream. If I look down and my mod is watching, if I look down and someone says something violent or, disparaging, racist, an ism or something like that, you're fucking out of here, period. Because we all know this could be used against you in the future. When it's not even you, and then you could be accused of running a fucking chat that is like saying these hurtful things, right? There is a difference of saying how you feel about someone or where someone is wrong versus inciting violence or calling names, right? And I see you in the chat, Tira, that you're agreeing, okay? So I appreciate that. But how Sarah originally, I have gone back and watched this a few times, how Sarah originally addressed you was like, Tira. Let's watch it again. She's reading your comment.
You're getting the side eye.
That doesn't seem aggressive. Okay, so far, right? You're getting a side eye, Tira.
I'm kidding. Bye. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to try, Queen. You know that I'm going to try. I want to get back on my true crime, what's happening in my state and stuff like that. And but Jenny Lee is very 1,000. Who needs to be? Oh, don't be talking like that. Who needs to be touched? Who are we talking about? Could you spare him? realm of content for.
So I literally don't know why Tira said this. Tira, did you go back and delete a comment here? You could not have, or maybe could come after, but where did this like Tira promotes violence, prepare the video now, people? Had you already said that? We're gonna keep watching though. Said what you said?
Steph's like, probably now. I'm kidding, Steph. I'm messing with you. I know you got a lot to share either way, but that's funny. What up, Al?
Okay.
Who is Tira? I already have my thumbnail. Oh no. Is it me in my kitchen? Like, I'm kidding. It's probably not me at all, and that's fine. Oh, you leaving, Boops? Good live. Gotta go. LOL. Jojo coming at me sideways already. Who's Jojo? What? Jojo's coming at you sideways, Denise. I mean,
Jojo Siwa.
See, it was funny because we always talk about Mandy. Oh, I got the joke. Maybe I'm just in my own because I'm over here, but I got the joke. Jenny has talked about me as mom life. She is anything but 100. Okay.
Now that is facts, Jenny Lee. But you did it too, Tira. Okay. And this is my problem too with this community is like, I feel like sometimes you guys just see who can go lower sometimes. Okay. And then when you're like someone like me who likes to sit up here and talk about like who's wrong, where, or whatever, it creates problems for me, right? Which I don't give a fuck. But like when I tell each of you where you were wrong, right? But like multiple of you were wrong.
Okay, Tara, but Jenny is in my chat right now and has not done anything of that to me. And you know, that's kind of how I roll in my chat. So I apologize. You know.
Wait, what joke? Should I rewind something? Hold on. Maybe, did I miss something? Hold on.
Has not done anything of that to me, and you know that's kind of how I roll in my chat. So I apologize. You know, I apologize if that's bothering you, Tira, but you know, these are all people that have, you know, including you, have all had my back. So I'm not gonna. Her finals are done before summer session starts. Yes. I was going to.
So, Tira, I was going to ask you a little later, but since you're saying this, because I'm going to address the video that you did too in response to what happened here. Okay. Because I got some things to say. But why did you delete your video about Sarah? I would like to know that. Is it because you now understand her anger here?
Say something like that, but I didn't want to be like, I was gonna be like, does she have work? She might have work right now. That's probably why she's taking off about stuff. Because I know you always working away. I disagree,
and I will explain why I disagree.
She said, Sarah, you said she was 100, and I disagreed. Absolutely, I didn't. And I said, Tira, you can say what you want, but then I was like, about the comment about smacking her. I was asking, are you talking about Jenny Lee? Because that's going too crazy. And that's fine, Tira. That's fine. If you yeah, okay, I did. I said that's my girl. I did say that about Jenny. I didn't think you were bothered. Now I think you're bothered. Is this going to start into an argument of Sarah and Tira stream? Because You meant what? You meant what? No. Now you're just gonna bounce and you meant that. You meant what? That you're gonna smack her? I mean, that's what I'm talking about. If you're talking about violence to somebody else.
Okay, so I didn't see it come up in chat, but okay, first of all, before I say this, you could say Sarah's a blip on your problem list. Fair, I understand that. But it was a problem enough for you to make 2 videos about it. I know the first one didn't come out the way that you wanted to, so you made a quick second one. So I understand why you did 2, right? But how it seemed to me in this chat, Tira, is you came in and you came in hot about Ginny and said that she needed to be smacked, right? Now, you already said in this chat, you know, you were wrong. So I'm not going to get on you like too fucking much or go like deep, you know, with this shit, but you were wrong. You were inciting violence against another person. Now, the problem in this community is there's no fucking boundaries. I sit up here constantly and talk about boundaries. Everybody knows I can't fucking stand Jenny Lee, okay? She deserves another whole video on her own. She creates problems. I think she's in fucking Sarah Jean's ear. That's my opinion. I think she's causing so many problems. Sarah Jean, in my opinion, seems to be yet another person, newer person into this community that has to learn the hard way. Cannot take any sort of advice whatsoever. Now, I respect when people say, like, I got to learn on my own. But then when they fucking learn about people, then they cry about it. And it's just like the same shit over and over and over again. Hold on. This question, if someone has you blocked, but you don't have them blocked, can you still see them? They just can't see you. Okay, so for instance, Ginny has me blocked. So when we're in chats together, I can't see Ginny messages whatsoever. Okay. But if Ginny comments in a comment section, I can see her comments. I don't know why it's that way, but I can see her comments. But what's interesting is if I see Ginny comment in a comment section and someone responds to her underneath it, and I go and I click the replies, nothing comes up. It comes up with an error message. So I can't see what anyone responded to her underneath it, but I can see her original comment. So I don't know. See, and then here's the problem, Tira. Now you've come into my fucking chat, right? And you're saying that you wish that someone would commit violence on her. Am I not fucking sitting here right now telling you that I'm not cool with that, and that I have a problem that you incited fucking violence, saying that someone should be hurt in Sarah Jean's comments, and now you're saying it in mine? It's the lack of respect for me. If you think that someone should be hit, that's a fucking problem, number one. And number two, keep that to your fucking self or say that on your channel. Do not come into people's chats and talk about how someone should be slapped, hurt, any of that shit. Please don't do that. I don't give a fuck if you're being honest. Do that on your channel. I literally have just been sitting here talking about how that's wrong, and you had the fucking audacity to do that in my chat. Jesus fucking Christ, Tira. I don't like Ginny, but I don't want her fucking physically harmed. If you're of the opinion that she should be physically harmed, go on your fucking channel, say it on your channel, and then I'll fucking respond to it again. Get it the fuck together, Tira, or I'm going to boot your ass out of this fucking chat. I'm sure you won't give a damn, but like, for real. Please don't do that. Yeah, see, the thing is like we fully understand the frustration, dude. But like what doesn't help, Tira, I don't care if that's how you feel. You are the bad guy for that. You are the bad guy for saying that you think someone should be physically harmed. That's your fucking problem. That's something you should work through. But stop bringing it to people's chats. Stop it. My God, I'm like literally sitting here talking about how I think that that's wrong, dude. And you do it again. Like, I literally unblock you, give you another fucking chance, and then you do shit like that. Please don't do that. Please.
I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's cool. No. Come on now, Tira. Really? This is how it's gonna play out when everybody just be.
Now I feel like instead of like reviewing this, I feel like it's parallel.
Chilling in my chat. Nobody's coming at nobody. You can have your opinion. You know that she's not that bitch. I'm sure Jenny Lee has her opinion on you. What?
I appreciate that, Tira. You saying it's your bad, but like you really need to learn how to read the fucking room. You need to learn how to listen to other people instead of what you always want. That is something I see within you. It's something you always want. It's like your truth to you goes like above and beyond anyone else. You don't care if it hurts somebody else sometimes. And it's just like, dude, I don't know. That's not fucking cool, man.
Someone clear it up for me. B, have you been keeping track of this? I meant she needs to be smacked. I didn't say I was doing. Oh, okay. Well, still not okay, but now I wanted you to answer that. Thank you for answering that before you dipped out. It went south real quick, apparently. And you see, that's how it goes, I guess. That's how it goes. And what did I do? Just told people, be nice in the chat. I just said Jenny Lee was cool because she's in my chat. She's talking to me. She's been talking to me. She is cool. Like, she's not done none of that to me. Just like Tira, I have respected you. Have I not? And told people, well, Tira has not done nothing to me. And then I kept it 100 with you.
And that is true. Sarah is correct. So I'm not going to keep watching this video because now I'm just fucking annoyed. But like, because we just saw an example here, whatever. But I do appreciate you, Tara, saying that you were wrong in that, whatever. So we're just going to move on. Anyways, so you shouldn't have done that, Tara. Then Tara went and made a video or whatever about how she now is not cool with Sarah because of what Sarah did. Now, Tara, your number one gripe with this in the video you made about Sarah is that she continued to talk about you after you left. Okay. Let me tell you something, Tara. There is so many examples of you being in people's chats where you say that you're going to leave and you don't leave. You say, oh, I'm going to leave. And then a couple words later, you comment and you say, oh, I'm going to leave now. And you don't. Okay. So that's number one. You do that constantly. Okay. So no one can ever be sure that you actually left. That's number one. Number two, after you come into someone's chat and you say something like that, they have a right to respond to you and say how they feel, whether or not you leave or not. They know you're going to watch it back because you did, and you made a video about it. We all know that about you. Okay? So that's my only point to say about that. Moving on. Okay. So now it's my opinion that I think, Sarah Jean was really standing up for Tara for a lot. Like, I reached out to Sarah Jean because Tara had said something on a video about Coley. Now, hey, Elle. Tara, I have not expressed this to you, but I'm going to do it right now. I am so tired of everybody going low at each other. Like I'm just over it. When Coley said that shit about, your brother-in-law and this and that and the fucking lies or whatever, right? But I caught this in your fucking one of the videos that you did on April 14th. And I have a problem with it, so I'm going to address it. Okay. So on April 14th, Tira did a video that says 2023's online version of stage 5 clinger. Be careful with the friends you make. Now, sensitive topics here, but Tira says this in the video about 26 minutes in.
The flames get too hot for you. There's only so much like sayings that I can say to get anyone to understand what I'm trying to say.
I've been bullied and harassed for the last freaking 2 years, dude. Like,
Oh God, let that go, Tira.
I'm used to this stuff, but when other people go through it, it's difficult, especially the first time you have to go through it. Keep poking the bear, and that bear is going to attack. Very that.
So you guys can actually see and feel, like what I was going through. Like, I'm over there, like, should I send the cops for a welfare check? Should I, what should I do? Like, what do you do? Like, or maybe just, she just went or took the pill, or because this is the time where, like, she's talking like she had the pill in her hand and stuff.
This is a part that Sarah is, I don't know, maybe intentionally leaving out, but I want everyone to understand the reason for the welfare check was because Coley told her that she was being abused by her husband. And that is something that Sarah...
All right, Tira, so let's fucking address this. Okay? You said that you want the internet to understand why Sarah did a welfare check, okay? And you were going to be the one to tell the internet about it, right? And what was that reason, Tira? Because Sarah told you privately, allegedly, by the way, that Coley was being abused by her husband, right? Why is that internet fodder? We know that Coley's husband is involved in her channel and online. Coley has said that many times, okay? So that could mean that her husband goes and sees part of this video or part of what fucking Sarah is saying, and you think that it's okay to talk about a woman being abused by her husband. Did you call the cops, Tira? Do you remember when I asked Coley if she called the cops because she said she knew that your son was being raised by a P, and we all knew that was fucking bullshit. And my whole thing at the front was, well, Coley, did you call the fucking cops if you knew that? Did you? Did you call the cops? Did Sarah fucking follow up on that? Okay, so here's an interesting thing now. You're saying this. You're telling me that Sarah asked you to mention it. Well, that's interesting that you said that, Tara, because let me give you a little bit of information. When you put out this video, I was so fucking pissed that you had the audacity to say this online. It is wrong of you for what you said, Tira. Wrong. And it's wrong of Sarah to tell you anything about that. Anything about it and not do anything legally about it. Okay? I reached out to Sarah. I don't go in people's DMs. I don't fucking private message people. It's very rare. I stormed in Sarah's DMs and I asked her, period, point blank, did you know that Tira was going to put this in her video? Do you know what Sarah said? Sarah said, no, I had talked to Tira about it, but I didn't know she was going to do that. I had no fucking idea. Then she called you evil to me. Then she started crying to me about it. She said she didn't tell you to do that. And even if she asked you to mention it, you should have said, I don't want to fucking touch this. I don't want to touch this. Because you two decided, in my opinion, that you were going to bring up something that was expose about Coley. But you fucked up because it was the wrong fucking thing to say. That could have put her in fucking danger. And then guess what? Coley has since then put up little shorts where she has a fucking black eye, by the way. Did anybody catch that shit? Is there any fucking boundaries here? But Tira, it doesn't matter. I also do think that Sarah is a problem, but it doesn't matter, Tira. You agreed. You agreed. It's just like with Callista. Callista told you shit, right? And you fucking ran with it. What you did to us, right? And then you fucking ran with this shit. She said to mention it. You're telling me she said to mention it. So you said, yeah, not a problem. And you went and put this on her channel. And Coley has since put up shorts with a fucking black eye. I'm not saying that that is due to this. I'm not. I'm just saying people need to pay attention and they need to think about what they're putting on the internet. Have boundaries. It is like history repeating itself. Coley has no business going online talking about your kids, even though you fucking put it on the internet, about your kids and all your shit and making up lies about you, right? You have no fucking right to get on your channel and slip in how she's fucking being abused, dude. That is fucked up, Tira. I appreciate that you're saying you made a mistake, but here's my thing. Did you know you made a mistake before I said this? And if you knew that you fucked up, take it down. But it's still up on your channel. Natalia, I think you're this person that has come on my fucking channel and talked about how I actually deal with real trauma and shit. Eat glass, bitch. And I mean what I say. How about that? You don't like what you're hearing, anything, you want to come in here and judge people on our trauma or how we feel about the situation, eat glass, remove yourself from this fucking channel. How about that? I've seen you in different names asking this fucking same question. I have you screenshotted. See your way out of here. It's funny when I'm going in all these fucking channels that I've never seen before, just popping up in here saying shit, wondering how we deal with actual trauma. Okay? And you're going to judge how people deal with certain traumas? Girl, bye. Beat it. Anyways, moving on. Tara, this isn't cool. I am requesting that you remove this from your channel. Edit it out. Do whatever the fuck you need to do. This is not cool. And please, if someone goes low on you, Tara, it doesn't mean that you got to go low on them. And if Sarah said that you should mention it, drop that DM in my fucking email. Please. I appreciate the accountability. Even you just saying this tells me that you changed. Okay. I've been holding that in. You know, I haven't been online. I haven't been able to say all of the shit that I've been feeling that's been going on with everybody. So it's just one of those things, right? Sorry, everybody, I got rude, but I'm so fucking tired of people thinking that they can come on my channel and keep changing their name, sending. Oh, I'm going to tell you something too. So I know the person is probably watching. I had people come to my house recently that was sent here from the fucking internet. Okay. There's been shit going on that you guys don't even know about. And for a while, oh yeah, what happened to Chloe Quint? Chloe, eat glass too, bitch. And I'm not dealing with it anymore. Okay. You all can sit on your channels and talk about, oh my God, she's an SJW and all this shit. I don't give a fuck. As we know, I will defend myself. I know who you are by how you write. I know who you are by your harassment to me. Okay. So beat it. I'm going to continue saying what I need to say whenever I need to say it. Cool? Sorry. We're going to move on. Anyways, it doesn't matter who came to my house. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. I'm not going to go into detail or no shit like that. Okay? But just know I can defend myself and I'm not worried about it. But you're not going to shut me up. You're not going to shut me up and I don't give a shit. Okay, moving on. So now I went on to this little tangent. I'm sorry, I'm just not taking anybody's shit anymore. Not that I ever did take anybody's shit, but I'm certainly not going to have you little coward people think that you can come on my channel and say these egregious things, email me egregious things, send people to my house, and think that I'm going to be fucking scared of you or that I'm going to stop saying my truth or what happened or how I feel about something. It's not going to happen. Okay. All right. All right. Moving on. Now, one of the last things that we're going to cover is, of course, Wildflower stream. Sorry, my mouth is so dry. Wildflower did a really great job doing this live stream where Mandy came up. Now, we're not going to watch all of it. We're just going to watch a couple of pieces. Now, Wildflower, I have a question for you since you're in here, if you don't mind answering. Did you ask Mandy to come up on your live stream, or did she ask you, or did she just show up? I'm curious about that. Because here's the thing, Mandy. I do appreciate the fact, you will see, I think I was very respectful to Mandy. Okay, that's what I thought. I was respectful to Mandy, asking her these couple of questions. And I don't think that Mandy is like a horrible person, but also, Mandy, you are not trustworthy, as I have already talked about before. You create friendships out of fucking hating other people, and you try to bond with other people. And then when that shit with Coley didn't work out, you went on a fucking apology tour and all of this shit. And what's interesting to me, thank you, Wildflower. What's interesting to me is that you're not even a creator, Mandy, to my knowledge. How do all these people know you? How are you in everybody's DMs and then you just pop up and we learn who you are by you popping up on Coley's channel because you're not friends with Sarah Jean anymore? Huh? By the way, I want to mention here, I'm just going to insert right fucking here. Sarah Jean, I think that you are shady as fuck running around the internet asking everyone to delete videos about you. You know, we went from, please don't talk about it, please don't bring me up, please respect me in this situation and that situation, and I did. And then you say, I'm going to talk about what happened to me. And I say, you know what? Fine, because I said the same thing about my situation. Okay. And then now when Tara made her video about you after that live stream we just watched, all of a sudden Sarah's odd, her video is taken down. Wildflower's video is going to be taken down. Tara's videos were taken down. Why are all of these videos all of a sudden being taken down about you, Sarah? Why are you in people's DMs asking them to take videos down? Because you were very thrilled that people were talking about it. As a matter of fact, you said several times that you were very happy that people were having your back and talking about this. Yes, it is hate ships. I find that suspect as shit. All right, I appreciate you noting that. Thank you. I think that that is really fucking suspect, Sarah. Why is that? Let me know, girl. All right, so let's go.
Had stopped on.
This is like when I'm gonna pop up on stream.
I'm sorry. It was actually from Liza. And she said, to be fair to Coley, she has a right to be pissed about Mandy betraying her. And that's just something that I'd like to clear up because I have no idea how I actually betrayed Coley. Like I don't. Like I went into Sarah's chat.
Also, by the way, just so everybody knows, I don't know why my avatar popped up like this, but I look like a person in the night.
To say, hey, I want this to end. I wanted to stop and to answer questions, but I wasn't her friend again. I really don't know how I did that. So that's just how I feel on that, because I apologize to Coley. I've talked to Coley, and I didn't go behind the scenes because I knew that would make her mad. But at the same time, she went behind the scenes and spoke to Sarah. How am I supposed to, like, how do you operate in that? It's like, you're not allowed to, but I am.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate the transparency, just us learning. I appreciate that. She didn't want you to be attacked by whom? I would like to know that. But I do respect that a person came to you and wanted you to take it down, and so you did. So I do respect that. Okay, I respect that. But you're going to be attacked by whom? Because she wanted all these people to make videos, it seemed. Or not wanted, right? It wasn't like Coley. Coley tried to get fucking people to make videos about Sarah. But like, she was happy with it. No idea. Yeah. Because you're not going to be attacked, Sarah. Everybody in this community knows who you are. It's sus. Yeah. And the thing is, Wildflower, is I understand that, right? Because it's like, you don't want to cause any further issues, but let's everybody be reminded, they brought this to the platform. Now, that is not to say that everything that is brought to the platform should be talked about, but I will warn all of you. Yeah, I understand that. I will warn all of you. This is a reason why I don't talk about a lot of my personal life. People in here are fucking nuts if you haven't noticed. Hello? Did we just watch what happened 10 minutes ago? People are fucking crazy, okay? Stop bringing your personal lives to the internet. When you bring all of this stuff to the internet, people are going to comment on it, especially in this community. And don't sit back and say, oh my God, why did someone fucking comment on it? Like, come on. Literally think about this. We can all sit here and think that we've had these relationships with each other, and some are closer than others. I mean, even Melissa, everybody knows I've met her here. It's one of my best friends. But you have to be careful. And over and over and over again, I just see people coming on here, bringing their personal stuff, fighting and shit, and then don't want nobody to say nothing to it about it. Me, in my case, I wanted people to talk about shit. If you're doing nothing wrong, why wouldn't you want someone to talk about it? Do you know what I mean? Just keep certain things private. Cass, you're not interrupting. You can ask anything you want. This community is the I'm only responding because community. I have dubbed it that. Yeah, dude. They're all like, this shit fucking takes turns here and there and here, and whatever. All right. I want to watch a couple of the questions that I asked Mandy because I couldn't fucking help myself.
I mean, it's very confusing.
Yeah, and again, like, I know there's so much hurt feelings here, and that's,
by the way, thank you again, Wildflower, for allowing me space on your panel.
the tough part. That's why I personally was like, no, this shit's
Yeah.
too personal. I'm not, nope. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
But Steph, hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you,
Yes.
Steph. You're good.
Oh,
Hi.
good. Hi, guys. Thanks for letting me up for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to jump in. I just have a couple of questions, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Just so I make sure everything is straight. Because I don't think I asked my question maybe correctly, but
Girl, yeah.
you said that you waited, or not waited, excuse me. Let me make sure I say this. You weren't friends with Sarah for a couple of months, and then you reached out to Coley. What
Yeah.
made you want to reach out to Coley? Because you specifically knew, right? To your own admission, that Coley and Sarah were no longer friends and they had issues, right? And so then what prompted you to reach out to Coley? Because as I saw it, the first time I saw you on Coley's live stream, she popped you up there as if you had known each other for a little bit. And then you guys kind of started talking about Sarah. So I'm very interested in how that happened.
And that's what happened. If you
Usually bras fit small-chested women like this.
If you guys, hold on, let me skip this. Gapping. You guys, look at how much space. If you guys didn't see,
why
Mandy's grand entrance into this fucking community. Coley was doing a live stream one day. I see this person, Mandy, in her live stream, okay? And I was like, who's this person, Mandy? But they were talking like they knew each other, right? And then Coley was like, oh, I'm going to have a friend online. I'm going to have a friend come up on my panel. And I was like, well, Coley wouldn't just allow some random fucking stranger on her panel, right? But here comes Mandy on her panel. And then they start talking shit about Sarah Jean. So you, Coley, and you, Mandy, started, we can already deduce that you were talking shit and being like, yeah, let's go online and talk shit about Sarah. That's exactly what you did. We see you. That's what you fucking did.
Why did you reach out to Coley? What were your intentions?
Okay. I was friends with Sarah when that went down, and it hurt her deeply. And we were really close, and I went hard for Coley. I went in her Instagram DMs. I emailed. I went everywhere. And
so what Mandy is saying here is that she was still friends with Sarah. Sarah and Coley had a falling out. And so then Sarah Jean told Mandy what happened between her and Coley. And so Mandy here took it upon herself to storm in Coley's DMs and talk shit to Coley. That's what fucking Mandy did. No matter how sweetly Mandy is sitting on this fucking panel talking about it, that's what Mandy did. She decided to talk shit to Coley in DMs, to white knight for Sarah. Mandy is no different than Coley.
Sarah and I had stopped being, I don't know, best friends. I don't know what you want to call it. We used to communicate every day, but then it just kind of slowly trickled off, if that makes sense, around the first of the year. And just reflection on my past actions and knowing what I did to Coley was wrong, because it doesn't matter how much Coley may have deserved it. Like, it was wrong. I went way too hard.
Yes, it was wrong. And Mandy, you already know my presence on this panel, how this is going to go, right? I feel like the way that, even though this banter was respectful with each other, I had so much to say, but I was trying to be respectful of Wildflower's channel. I wanted to collect my questions and then do what I'm doing now, responding. Her responses are political as fuck. Political as fuck. Don't do air quotations, little bunny ears, like Sarah and I were friends, bunny ears. No, you were friends. You were friends enough to go and harass another person because your friend was hurt, okay? And yes, what you did was fucking wrong.
I picked at her. I would message her just for a response. And that wasn't...
She would message Coley for a response. She wanted to poke Coley for a response. That is what you call fucking harassment. That is bullying. That's what that is. Mandy is admitting here she wanted to derive some sort of response and pleasure by doing that to Coley.
okay. And
you would
the
message
matter-
Coley. You would
Yeah,
message Coley for
yeah.
a response. And
Yes,
what were you
and
messaging her?
I was messaging her, hey, like, why did you do this to Sarah Jean? Why have you said this? Why have you done this? Holding her accountable, like, for the things that she was doing in real time. But I just felt like I came down on her so hard. I just didn't feel like it was right. It doesn't mean that my criticisms were not right.
So she says it doesn't mean my criticisms weren't right. Now, we have not seen messages between Coley and Mandy, okay? We haven't seen them. Okay, so we can only assume here. It's all alleged. But according to what she is saying in this very political fucking way is she was telling Coley that she was questioning Coley's sickness. She was coming at Coley hard in the DMs for her friend Sarah. But she only realized that what she did was wrong to Coley when her and Sarah weren't friends. Tell me you're disingenuous without telling me you're fucking disingenuous.
Right? But I came down on her really hard. And I feel like everybody in this situation, not you, but I mean Sarah and Coley, they both know that. And I just felt bad about it. And that's the best way I can put it. And I felt that I needed to make amends on that because it just wasn't right. Like, I wouldn't want somebody treating me that way no matter what I did. And at the end of the day, I thought about it, and it's like, this is all over someone ghosting someone else. And I get that. And there's way more to it. I'm not saying there's not. But at the base of it, it felt small. And I felt like I had done so much to her. And I am truly sorry for everything that I did to her. I'm not sorry for defending Sarah as a friend, but I went too hard, and that's on me, not on anybody else.
Okay, well, I think that's fair. I appreciate you answering me. Let me ask you another question, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Would
sure.
you have reached out to Coley if you and Sarah were still friends?
No.
Boom. Fucking boom. She would not have reached out to Coley or to become friends with her or whatever if Sarah and her were still friends. I could not believe that she fucking admitted that. Let us keep watching. Let me rewind.
Okay. Coley, if you let me ask.
And that's on me, not on anybody else.
Okay, well, I think that's fair. I appreciate you answering me. Let me ask you another question, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Would
sure.
you have reached out to Coley if you and Sarah were still friends?
No.
Okay, so you wouldn't have reached out to Coley to apologize to her if you and Sarah were still friends. So
Probably.
You wouldn't have had your own self-revelation that what you did was wrong based on your friendships.
Don't say you don't know now. You just said no, flat out no. You answered no. So this, Mandy, is disingenuous. So you are saying here that basically you and Sarah were friends. You and Sarah became not friends. And so then you decided to reach out to Coley only because you and Sarah weren't friends anymore and you knew Coley was the fucking enemy. That's what you fucking did, girl. And you think that this community here, how critical we are going to be like, oh yeah, it's totally fine. No, absolutely not. And what you did to Sarah, by the way, you are doing to Coley right now on this panel. So you have done, Mandy, this to two people in this community. Whether or not we like them or we have problems with them, what we do here on this channel is we call out when someone is wrong, no matter who you are.
I guess the answer is I don't know, because I feel like Sarah and I not speaking and speaking less and less gave me more and more and more perspective on the situation. Does that make sense? Like a painting when you're backing up from it. That's how I felt. And that's why I say no. And also because I tend to be a loyal friend. That's why.
You're not a loyal friend. And it's interesting that you say that it's like, you get more perspective the more you back up from the situation. That's fucking weird because you turned on Coley within hours. It was like within hours. Okay. So you didn't back up from that perspective. You didn't back up from the Sarah perspective. Okay. You're messy.
I went into Sarah's chat, which was much more scary than going into her DMs. So even though that was so disloyal, like
Want a worry-free way to kill bugs? Zevo traps use light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor and no mess. They work continuously, so you don't have to.
You
Zevo,
bugs.
people-friendly, bug-deadly.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster? With Wix, you can edit your meta tags page by page or all in.
I don't, I guess, understand internet protocol, because to me that wasn't disloyal. That was about the most loyal thing I could do.
Also, thank you, Wildflower. I know I asked you to reference this and you left it up, so I appreciate that. I really do.
In the situation, like, I just wanted to say, hey, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. Hey, I'm sorry if this was wrong, and give her a chance to say what she wanted to me, so I could clear it up and it could be done.
Right. I see. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate your honesty with that. My concern is the fact.
By the way, if I'm ever speaking to you and I say, right, I'm just gathering information.
Fact that you, to your own admittance, sorry, I can't speak, which I do appreciate, is that you wouldn't have realized that what you did to Coley was wrong because you were blinded by your friendship with another person.
I mean, I guess I would have, because there was a point where I felt like Coley wasn't sick or that she was exaggerating things, etc. And I had felt bad about that for a long time, like while I was friends with Sarah. And I don't know if that contributed to us not talking as much. I know there was a lot that went in there that has kind of been skipped over. There were a lot of things that happened between Sarah and I, and they're not important. And I don't want to bring them.
Why? Why aren't they important? You three have been on the internet talking about your fucking friend breakup, but why is that not important? See, here's the thing. When everybody has to step back and take a look at the situation, right? Okay. You know, we like receipts, we like the truth, okay? And we like every angle around here. Why is it that you're willing to drag someone and you talk about her trying to steal your business, Mandy, but that's not important? So you're trying to tell me that there is a boundary somewhere there, but it's just really far away than people's normal boundaries. Like, I'm going to fucking drag you like stream after stream after stream, Sarah, for no fucking reason, by the way. But I'm not going to talk about this one thing. It's fucking bullshit. Stop bringing your shit to the internet. And then when there are other things we need to know, you're not going to tell us. But you want people to formulate opinions and pick sides and shit. And don't tell me you want people to pick sides. Yes, you do.
Out because you're just not important. But
if they weren't important, you wouldn't have brought them up.
I feel like I would have come to the point where I would have wanted forgiveness from Coley at some point. But I also don't know, because I tend to be extremely loyal to my friends and talk to my friends about my decisions. And I feel like if I had said to Sarah, hey, I'm going to message Coley and say, I'm sorry, that would have never flown. And I tend to be extremely loyal to my friends and talk to my friends about my decisions. And
she tends to be extremely loyal and talk to her friends about her decisions. But I had asked her, we're going to see, did you reach out to Coley, like I had mentioned before in the stream, and tell her about your decision before you fucking went into Sarah's live stream? And the answer was fucking no. That is a lie. You are not. Yes, Amber. You are a fucking liar. You are not loyal at all. You will drop somebody at the fucking drop of a hat, dude. You've done that to 2 people, okay? Don't sit up here and talk about on Wildflower stream how you're just so loyal and you would have reached out to them. That is fucking bullshit.
I feel like if I had said to Sarah, hey, I'm going to message Coley and say, I'm sorry, that would have never flown. So that's one of those things where it's like, maybe I feel like I wanted forgiveness because I know that I did a long time ago for questioning her illness, because it's not okay. That was never okay for me to do. It was horrible. And it was terrible behavior, and I'm embarrassed of it. And I guess the answer is maybe. I'm not sure. That's a really good question. And I'm trying to be as honest as I possibly can with you. I'm not trying to bullshit you.
Lies.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that. I really
She's trying to bullshit me of all people.
really appreciate you asking me you answering my question. So is it fair to say that you are blinded by your alliance, allegiance, or loyalty to people, and that you would allow negative things to happen, and that you wouldn't apologize to people if you were still friends with the other side, i.e. Sarah? Because according to what you just said, that would be true. And in all honesty,
I
that
can
makes
say
me
that
question
yes.
you.
Well,
That makes
what
me
I was
question you a lot.
okay. I can understand that, and the reason that I say yes is because I was blinded by my allegiance to Sarah for a very, very, very long time, and I can't take that back. I kept going at Cole.
And then you were blinded by your allegiance to Coley, right? But you're not anymore. It's every single human being in the world, you guys, has a pattern. Every one of us, all of us, we all have patterns.
Coley for months. So that's the reason I can't say no, I wouldn't do that, or yes, I would do that. You know what I mean? Because for such a long time, when I was her friend, I was aligned with her. And that was what I saw. And I will say, I only saw her side of everything on that. And speaking to Coley, it did make me see the bigger picture, but it made me see it kind of for what it is. And to me, I just think that it's
speaking to Coley made her see the bigger picture.
Take a right hand, shake it out.
Interesting.
How many people here want to learn faster? How many people want to remember more?
It's things that everybody can get over. It's small things.
Did you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. And
no, go ahead.
Did you come to know who Coley was or meet Coley through Sarah? Like you didn't know Coley before you came to meet her through Sarah and that situation?
No, I didn't know her, period. She was friends with Sarah,
so
and
you didn't
I was
know
friends
about
with
her
Sarah.
At all. So
no,
it's fair
and then,
to say that you went at Coley hard because you were friends with Sarah.
Yes, and because of things Sarah told me. Like I was very much there to be.
So then what did Sarah tell you? And what Sarah told you was so powerful that you went after Coley, right? But then what Coley told you was so powerful that you went after Sarah. Dare I say that you're naive? Dare I say that you're a follower?
Her shoulder when all that was going on, and I felt bad for my friend because she was so hurt, and that's why I acted the way that I did, and I feel awful for it. It was an awful way to act, and I'm ashamed of it. So
well, I appreciate that. And then my last question for the moment is, the other night, I think it was like 2 or 3 nights ago, I'm sorry, I lose time, but
you're good.
Listen to this, guys. This is what I was saying earlier in my stream. Listen to this.
The last live that you did with Coley, the live that kind of rang around the community, and then the next day you went into Sarah's chat, right? What was the moment where you realized that Coley was lying to you and that you needed to go into Sarah's chat and apologize to Sarah? I would like to know, because that happened within sort of hours.
And see,
I also would like to know, if you don't mind, if you reached out to Coley and told her how you felt about that live or how you felt about her before you went into Sarah's chat.
No, I didn't, and I tried.
No, I didn't. But she's such a loyal friend, right? You guys, this was within hours. But she just said earlier, I am so loyal. I'm the kind of person to tell my friend how I feel or what I think, right? But here she is again, not even realizing what I got her to admit. That no, she fucking didn't. No, she absolutely didn't. Now, again, we have issues with Coley, but Coley didn't deserve that. Even though your friendship was born out of hatred and dislike for a person, the same person. But you sat there talking about you were going to get plane tickets, right? To meet each other. You were good friends and doing a podcast together. Very successful podcast, by the way, that you were going to do that, right? So why? Why didn't you tell Coley that? Did Coley not deserve that? No, because you're a flip-flopper. You're not loyal.
Tried to be as honest in Sarah's chat as I possibly could be. And at the end of the day, Coley did lie to me about the Mother's Day message. Everyone can see it clear as day. But that was all I was.
Yes, she did. Yes, Coley did.
Referencing. I don't know if Coley has lied to me about more things. I don't question a lot when I'm friends with people. But
Coley has lied to you about so much stuff, and it has been for our viewing pleasure.
But I did know that she had lied about that, and there was no way to put it any other way because Jenny Lee was literally there saying, no, look, here's the receipts. But that's that. And like, I had no ill will toward Coley going into Sarah's chat. The only reason I did it in Sarah's chat publicly was because I felt that if I went in the DMs, Coley would be extremely mad at me. And I went.
And Coley would have been extremely mad at you, but she was mad at you either way. Because the thing that you failed to realize is Coley's the kind of person, if you even take a glance in the direction of the person she doesn't like, you are dead to her. She's going to stream about you. You were her person who fucked her over. You were her best friend lost.
Went the other way, and she's still extremely mad at me. So I don't get it. I don't know what I was supposed to do in that situation because I do want the drama to stop. I do.
I do not believe that. I believe, this is my opinion. Keep in mind, Mandy, she doesn't have a channel. She's not a creator. We know who the fuck she was. Am I wrong about this? It's my understanding that Mandy, True Crime Blonde, writes scripts for people. Like she writes scripts for Dustin Daly and some other people from what I've heard through the grapevine, right? So is Mandy trying to break in with a channel? Now, I'm not going to sit here and use the word clout because this is a small community. Okay. I've got like less than 600 subscribers. I'm not saying that people, Coley has even less than me. I'm not saying that like people are like doing it for clout, but like, it just seems like over and over and over again, every time we have a new character, they try to kick in our fucking door by getting involved. And then always say the same thing. They always say, I don't want any drama. I don't want this. I don't want that. When they fucking kicked in the door.
Like that.
Right. And so when Coley was on the live stream, right, we all saw her leaving voice notes in her phone to you. Did you respond to those voice notes? And if you responded to those voice notes, would you share with us what you responded?
Epidemic Sound provides you with restriction-free music and sound effects that you can use across all of your content without having to.
I cannot get voice notes on my phone, so I can show you like where it says not supported. Coley knows that. Like it might have been on Instagram, but those were like.
She's deflecting to try to like figure out what she's gonna say. I didn't necessarily say like voice messages in a text or to your phone or whatever, so I didn't need her to just tell me that she had a phone that couldn't receive them, and so that they're on Instagram or whatever, and then she picks up her phone while she's doing it. This is an indicator to me she's trying to figure out what to say. I asked her a direct question. We saw Coley, after Coley figured out that Mandy was in Sarah's live stream apologizing to Sarah Jean. We saw that happen live when Coley figured that out on Coley's channel, right? And then Coley grabbed her phone and was leaving messages to Mandy. And I wanted to know, what were they?
I got 2 from her, and they were like, hey, you know, someone said that you hate me or something like that. And then I called her and we spoke. And I told her that if, you know, I was honest with her. I was like, we're friends. And if you want to go to a different platform, that's fine. And I was like, and I get that, you know.
Okay, Mandy said, I was honest with her after it took her so many seconds to figure out how she was going to answer my question. I told her the truth that I was friends with you. That's not being a loyal friend, though.
This stuff doesn't bother you, but it bothers me. I just want it to be.
And then Mandy says that she told Coley that she would go to another platform if it bothered Coley. But she doesn't have a channel. So what do you mean go to another platform? Does Mandy have a well-established channel that I just am fucking missing here? Why would you need to? What you did was so bad that you offered Coley that you would leave this platform and go to another platform to continue content, is essentially what you're saying. So what is anybody else confused by that? And why would you offer that?
Be over because I want to focus on other things. And I offered to go to different platforms or to stay on YouTube or whatever, because she was my friend and I don't.
Or you offered or to stay on YouTube. Everything you're saying right now to me, Mandy, is a lie. And I want you to know that the whole time you were answering me, I knew you were lying. I want you to know that. I just didn't want to disrupt Wildflower's panel. I know you were lying. I know in the words you're choosing, how long it takes you to answer the question, how exceptionally sweet you're being, how you're not being direct in anything. And now you're saying you offered to leave or to stay. What does that mean?
Don't believe that anything is worth having to kick your friends in the face. And I told her that, but I don't know. That didn't matter, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, because that's not, I truly feel that way. I feel like if I have to kick you in the face to get higher, then.
Now, keep in mind that my question was, what was the voice messages that you exchanged between each other? But the only thing she's telling me is that she told Coley that they're friends, but she would go to another platform. That's what she just said to me. See, the thing is, Mandy, is when you were trying to figure out how you were going to answer my question, you were siphoning out and filtering out what the truth of what you were going to say. That's what you were doing. But then also earlier, you said that, no, you didn't tell Coley how you were feeling, but you admit that you talked. So you and Coley had a live stream. The next day, you went on Sarah's live. And in between that fucking time, you said that you talked to Coley. You told her the truth is what you said. But your truth in your words is that you were still friends and you would go to another platform. That's not what I fucking asked you at all. At all. And then again, on top of it, you weren't honest with Coley. You didn't tell her how you felt.
And being higher isn't worth it to me. And Coley knows that. And I don't know. Like at this point, I'm confused at the last 24 hours of stuff that has went on, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it totally.
They're always confused. They create this whole fucking thing, but they're always confused. This is their story, but they're confused.
It makes sense. And I appreciate you answering, but I kind of feel like maybe it's not a direct answer in my opinion.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. My question is more specific. Did you tell Coley before you went into Sarah's chat how you felt?
She already knew what I was going to ask again. No.
About her live stream, how you felt about her lying, how you felt about her. Did you do that before you went into Sarah's live stream that day?
No. And how I feel about her lying, the thing is, I'm a forgiving person. Coley ghosted me for 2 weeks. I forgave her because it just wasn't that big a deal.
Oh, so you mean Coley did to you what she does to everybody else, and you knew because you were friends with Sarah and Sarah told you what happened to her, but you're just so confused as to why it happened to you and all of this shit. It's like, oh my God.
The Mother's Day text wasn't that big a deal to me. I wanted her to leave Sarah alone, and that's what that sounded like to me.
So then if you wanted her to leave Sarah alone, that should have been a big deal to you because she wasn't leaving Sarah alone. Sarah has said publicly she doesn't want any contact or any videos from Coley. And yet Coley continues to do so. So that's a big deal. Okay. She's crossing what we call boundaries.
I was kind of like, okay. And then that's why it didn't feel so weird for me to go into Sarah's chat. Like, you just messaged her on Mother's Day. Why can't I go in her chat and say, hey, I'm here to answer any questions?
It was weird because you didn't tell Coley what you were going to say. You were in Sarah Jean's chat calling Coley a liar. And to your admission, you didn't tell Coley that. You're a coward.
Let's end this. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Is that more direct? I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer, but I want to make sure I'm doing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you.
Okay.
I think that you are answering it, but in my opinion, I think you're kind of like, I mean, I think that you're very confused about it. I'm not going to put upon you to understand everything that, like, you know, happened, all of the history.
This is me giving grace.
Between everybody in this.
Your bug spray should take out bugs,
Damn,
not
wildflower.
keep out people. Unlike other sprays that stick around, Zevo goes from kill to clean.
We'll just mute it. But you guys see what I'm saying, though? It's like, what are you talking about? Stop calling yourself loyal and that you're this victim in this situation. And you're not, though. But you're not, dude.
It's a lot. Yeah. So, like, I'm not going to put that on you. But
and to be fair, the only person I feel like I know a lot about is Sarah, because we were friends for so long. Because Coley and I have only been friends.
Yet you fucking threw that in the trash so quick.
Since like March 20, I want to say like March 28th, April. Like that was when we became friendly.
So a month and a half.
Yeah.
Right. And so my very last question for you is, how did you feel when you were sitting on the live show?
So again, she said, hold on. A month and a half. I don't even think it was a month and a half, you guys. I think it was a month. I think my calculation was off.
So a month and a half.
Yeah.
Right.
Like March 20, so long, because Coley and I have only been friends since like March 20. I want to say like March 28th, April. Like that was when we became friendly.
So a month and a half.
Yeah.
Right. And so.
Right. So here's the thing, Mandy. You admitted that you met Coley via Sarah, your best friend. Then you and Sarah fell out. So you went to her enemy, Coley. Then y'all became friends. And then when you figured out who Coley was, you fucking ditched her, weren't loyal to neither of them. And then you went back to Sarah. And they're sitting here talking about Sarah is the one you knew most about and all this shit. But like this is what you did to her too. All of y'all. I mean, like literally all y'all. Wrong.
So my very last question for you is, how did you feel when you were sitting on the live stream with Coley and she looked in the camera and she told Sarah, Mandy is now my friend, not yours. And you said nothing but nodded your head. How do you?
Oh, my favorite question. You said nothing. Nothing. You said on a live stream. You sat on a live stream with Coley, and Coley looked at the camera and said, haha, Sarah, you're my friend. Mandy's my friend now. So I want to know, Mandy, how you feel about that. To me, that's very pertinent to the story. You two had ill intentions, period.
How do you feel thinking about that?
To be honest with you, I don't remember that verbatim, but I feel bad about it.
So she doesn't remember it verbatim. Fair. But she's saying that she feels bad about it. So Mandy, are you just telling me that you feel bad about it because I'm questioning you now and you don't remember it whatsoever, but you're just going to go ahead and sit up here as misaccountable, and you're even going to take accountability for things you don't remember, right? That is sus and desperate. Or do you really remember it and you just don't know how to fucking respond to the question because you know that I know that you were wrong, that you had ill intentions, like I said.
I mean, there are times that Coley said things on live that I was just like, I didn't agree with, but I didn't know what to say because I haven't been in these situations a lot. And I didn't really know how to override it.
Okay, so then did you tell her when you guys got off the live stream and all those times that Coley would say things you don't agree with and you felt weird and whatever, and so you didn't say it? Fine. I'm sure all of us feel like that every once in a while. So did you go and did you say it to her offline? I'm going to bet the answer is no, based on your pattern.
Tons of times that I tried to redirect things that were going on. And I feel like all I can be accountable for at the end of the day is my actions. And the fact that I did that was a shitty action. And I tried very hard and very careful. I try to be very careful with my words. And if there's anything that I said, I'm willing to take accountability for it. And with that, I'm sorry.
You weren't careful with your words, though, Mandy. I have a few of those clips of some of the things that you said about Sarah. You weren't careful with your words. You didn't mince your words. We all were very clear about how you felt.
You know, that sounds shitty. And the oh Sarah, I tried to clear this up when I talked to Sarah. I knew nothing about that video. That Coley didn't call me and say, hey, I'm gonna make this video and defend you. Nothing like that. It was just something she put out off the cuff. And then she almost left the internet right after. And I was alone for 2 weeks to kind of deal with the repercussions of a fire that she started.
Then you should have cut the fuck out. You should have cut the fuck out. It's not like this was a surprise to you. You knew how she deals with people.
And it was difficult.
Okay, well, thank you for answering. I do have just one more question. I'm sorry. I know
Sure,
I said that was
keep
the last
going.
one,
You're good.
but just one more. And Wildfire, thank you so much for giving me space. And this is the last question I'm going to ask, and then I will get off your panel. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
The last question I'm going to ask you is,
You contacted
with the
people.
paranormal podcast, the way that it's...
That's my point, though, Tara. She contacted people, and she's just showing up. But then she wants to sit here and be like, oh, I didn't know anything. I didn't know how to deal with it. It's like, you inserted yourself. I'm so tired of people inserting themselves, and then they become the victim. It's fucking wild.
Seems to me, like, looking at it, the situation from the outside, it seemed to me that Coley was very willing to have you on panel anytime she wanted to drag Sarah. But then we all saw in the comments how you were telling Coley to call you back, and you seem sort of confused and stuff, which is kind of like what it's like a history thing, right? But
yeah.
Would it be fair to say that Coley spent more time trying to get you on panel to talk about Sarah than to even work on this paranormal podcast that she promised that you were going to do?
That would be fair. That would
This
be fair.
is important to me. Although it is very true, because I stated this earlier, that Coley didn't give a shit. They didn't give a fuck about having a fucking paranormal podcast with each other. Give me a break. You guys wanted to fucking talk shit about Sarah, period, point blank. We fucking know it. We're so tired of it. It's bullshit. And you're saying, Mandy, like, I see what I'm doing with this question, and the way I'm asking this question is very intentional, because I want to see how she reacts to it, but also it's kind of giving her an out to be a victim to Coley. Let's watch that again. Watch her body language.
Would it be fair to say that Coley spent more time trying to get you on panel to talk about Sarah than to even work on this paranormal podcast that she promised that you were going to do?
That would be fair. That would be fair. Yes.
Yeah, that would be fair. Coley did lead me into that way, even though I showed up every time she sent me a message and saying, hey, do you want to come live so we can drag Sarah? You were a willing participant. Even though it's true, you're a willing participant. And then you see Liza over here, or Lisa. Lisa, I love you, by the way. Shout out, girl. Sorry you're not here right now. I'm sad. But Lisa, exactly. Pattern of behavior. I love Lisa.
All right, thank you so much.
I do the script writing, so I've had scripts ready. And Coley did show a lot of interest in the paranormal podcast. Like, she actually did. She made thumbnails. You know, we talked about ideas, and I was so excited. It really seemed like it was going to be something great. But at the end of the day, like, I just have to admit, it was a flub, because, I mean, the only thing I really...
Because it was a guise. It wasn't real.
Ever talked about was a little bit about Ed and Lorraine Warren, and that was it. So...
Yep, that was it. But you continuously, Mandy. So You're telling me Coley was selling you a dream offline, sending you fucking thumbnails and shit. I can make a thumbnail. My thumbnail tonight is not great, so I'll probably change it, by the way. But I can make a thumbnail in like 5-10 minutes, dude. And so like she was leading you on with that essentially, but you were totally okay with jumping up every fucking time, dude, that she was talking about Sarah. Every time. If you didn't want to be involved in that, you would be like, dude, this is not what you said we were going to do. We always end up talking about Sarah. You know, maybe this is not what we should be doing.
So everything else was just kind of a melting pot of commentary, I guess. Sarah
It wasn't a melting pot of commentary. You guys you would start to go over videos that had nothing to do with Sarah. It would just be like random YouTube videos. And then you would talk for about 5-10 minutes about it. And Coley would be like, let's just move on. Let's just move on. Until you got to the point of talking about Sarah.
Bashing, whatever, I'm not real sure what to call it.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I really appreciate you.
No
I'm gonna jump down. That's all I had to ask.
The time they wanted Sarah to come on panel, they actually had a script for the stream and had Shay write one too. Oh, Shay, what a problem. Write one too. That is crazy. Now, B, I'm going to ask you a question. What do you mean? Why would they have a script? Was it a script for the paranormal podcast or was it a script to deal with Sarah? Because I remember when they jumped on that stream, if I'm thinking about the right stream that you're talking about, that stream was centered around Sarah and didn't start off in any other way. Am I thinking about the right stream or no? Because why would they have a script for that? And what the fuck did Shay write? No, about Sarah only. So they had a whole script about what they were going to say to Sarah. And how do you know that? Did they send this to you? Like, how do you know that Shay had that? They spoke about it in the live. Okay, I must have missed that. Thanks, B. Oh, boy. Okay, so there's still more of this live. I don't know if Wildflower is going to choose to take it down or to keep it up. I don't know. That's their decision. I know Sarah's pressuring them to take it down. But what I would do, for the sake of time, I'm going to get off this. But what I would do is I would go on back and watch the rest. If we're at 146 right now, Sarah comes on later in the stream and also Coley. What I will say is that when Coley got on this fucking stream, she gaslit the hell out of Mandy. Hi, good to see you. She gaslit the hell out of Mandy, okay? It was awful to watch. She sat up there, she lied. Oh, and then she commented, by the way, because I have to mention this. Yes, absolutely. Because I have to mention this. I made a comment because apparently Mandy had Coley's internet access or YouTube access to get on Coley's YouTube channel because, they were going to do this paranormal podcast. And as we all know, I have been asking for months and months and months for Coley to unprivate the stream. I told her specifically which one it was, where she said the N-word. I've been on her ass about this. So I made a comment where I said, Mandy, you could have been the MVP going and unprivating that live. And that's a fact. I would have died. That would have been amazing. Okay. But then Coley decided to say on, I thought so too. That would have been the move. That would have been amazing. Literally. Could have even maybe saved yourself, Mandy. Probably not, but I'm just saying. But then Coley says on Wildflower Tea's stream, you know, because she deflects, right? When people aren't really talking about something, she deflects. She goes, is it right? Why is it okay that Stephanie's saying that Mandy should go underneath my channel and unprivate videos? And I said in the stream, I stand by what I said. That shit was funny as shit. Hold on. I do want to clarify, Sarah hasn't mentioned taking it down, but once right after the stream happened. And she did apologize a few days later for asking. She was just in her feels. Thank you, Wildflower Tea, for clarifying. I appreciate that. My opinion still stands. There's something really suspect going on with this. Okay, hold on. Seth question, would you take my chit if it was a plush stuffed pillow like pile wrapped up with a bow that looks like this shit? Maybe for you, Sal. All right. Anyways, you should go and watch the rest of that. Now, I just have a couple of more clips that I saw Coley make recently. There's so much, honestly, but it was just like taken down. And you guys, I've just been busy. I have not been on my record game. Okay. But, you know, we're going to do that eventually. These are a couple of clips that I saw that Coley did a live, and I just wanted to go through them. They're not very long. No, I understand, Wildflower. I appreciate that. We like clarity around here.
Okay. You see this right here?
No, we're just going to go back to, this is just kind of an add-on at this part in the stream. Coley, again, you are transphobic, but this is her struggling to tell people again that she's not. Okay. Just I have so many of these clips, but you know, we're just going to pepper some in.
This is phobic. This is the definition. Okay. Adjective. The first definition, adjective. Okay. Having or involving an extreme or irrational fear of or aversion to something. Okay. Another one, noun. A person with an extreme or irrational fear of an aversion to something. Okay.
Before she continues, Coley, let me point out to you that in between the live streams that you are doing, talking about Mandy or Sarah or whatever, you're talking about the gay community and the trans community. It is coming off like a fucking obsession, and you present it in an adverse way. You see it, this definition where it says aversion to something, and a person with an extreme or irrational fear or aversion to something. That's you. It's extreme. You want to post shit that is anti-trans all the time. When you find someone that's in the gay community that has an adverse opinion of trans people, you post it. When you find a trans people, your token trans person that is against things, like they don't acknowledge their own fucking privilege and their trans journey, but they want to come at other fucking trans people that also exist within communities, by the way, Coley. It's called an unconscious bias, okay? So you seek out this shit and you talk about it all the fucking time. Again, your opinions are shit.
So, everybody out there saying, you know, certain people are phobic of some shit, right? That's fucking wrong. That's not a thing, okay? I don't have an irrational fear of anything. All I'm doing is being...
You have an irrational aversion.
And being avoided.
It's part of the definition.
For children when they can't be. That's all.
Oh, listen to this shit. This is going to piss some of you off. I am so tired of people on the internet also talking about how they do things for children. Like they're trying to stick up for children, right? I'm so fucking tired of that when they actually do nothing to help kids. But this is Coley, what she's going to say the reason why she talks about this.
When they can't be. That's all. Okay? So please stop with calling me phobic of anything, because I have no...
She's standing up for children when they can't, they don't have a voice. Do you think these kids are on fucking YouTube or their parents are on fucking YouTube watching what you have to say about their lifestyle, who they are as a person, how they feel that they were born, how they feel about anything like that. No, they don't give a fuck what you have to say, because it's people like you that get laws passed in this country that are anti-trans, and they're happening every fucking day. And you have the audacity to sit on your fucking live stream, high out of your fucking mind, talking about this, saying that you're doing it for the children. They ain't fucking watching you. You're not doing anything to help kids. Nothing.
Rational fears or aversions to any motherfucking thing. I love all fucking people. I don't give a shit what you do.
Hi,
all I was
Shyla.
trying to say is we should protect children and at least have these hard conversations, because we need to make sure they're okay for the future. That was all. And I got drugged for it for like days on end.
That's not why you got drugged. You got drugged because you misgendered a trans woman that to you was a bad example of a trans woman. By the way, who the fuck do you think you are to have that opinion? It is not up to you what you think about if someone is trans enough or how they should go about their life or their fucking journey. It's not up to you. No one gives a shit what you have to say. And you purposely misgendered them. You called her a he because you don't like them. Let me tell you again, Coley. Even if you don't like that particular trans person, I can't fucking stand Caitlyn Jenner. I can't stand her. She's the worst. She's a prime example of having so much privilege in her fucking journey while people are getting murdered, while kids, trans kids, are being taken away from their fucking families, while there are laws being made against them, while people want to kill them. Okay? And you have the audacity to sit up here and misgender someone just because you don't like them. That's transphobic. I would never misgender Caitlyn Jenner, but I don't like her. She's fucking problematic because I'm not fucking transphobic. Okay? Do you understand now?
I mean, like, come on, people, critical thinking. Jesus, help me.
Critical thinking. Jesus.
Jesus, take the wheel. Yes, I can't sing. Okay.
All right. I've got 2 more clips. Thank you guys for hanging in. I appreciate y'all. All right.
Just for conversation. I'm not judging anyone, bashing anyone, telling anybody that they should, could, would, or do whatever they want to do, right? I'm just at a hard stop when it comes to children who cannot give informed consent.
Look how fucking high she is. And you want to sit up here and talk about who children can't give informed consent. That's what their parents do. Children can't give informed consent about several fucking things that children experience or that they have opinions in. Okay? That's up to their kid, their parents. Stay in your fucking lane.
To put drugs into their bodies. That's all. Okay? And Dylan Mulvaney.
Okay, so like, if your kid had ADHD, bipolar, schizophrenia, any of that shit, are you going, not to liken this situation to that because it's not like a mental illness. So I don't mean it in comparison in that way. I'm just saying, because Coley said she's considered like worried about the drugs going into their system, right? It's just like this fucking happens on like so many different topics. Like, it's a fucking moot point.
Is not a fucking woman. He's a fraud.
Oh, here she is. This is like the fucking 8th clip I have of Coley misgendering a person, a trans person. If you don't like Dylan, fine. If you have problems with things that Dylan does, fine. But that does not mean that you get to misgender the person. They're still trans. That is what transphobic people do. It's like when people, like, you grow up around racist people or shit, because I fucking grew up around racist people, and they're like, there's a difference between black people and N-words. I heard that fucking growing up. It fucking disgusts me, but I fucking heard that where I grew up. It's the same kind of fucking rhetoric, okay? It's wrong thinking. But here Coley goes, is going to misgender fucking Dylan.
Okay? And Dylan Mulvaney is not a fucking woman. He's a fraud. Sorry, not sorry. So, anyways, let's continue.
Just disgusting.
Okay.
Up here, literally, like, I have another clip of her, like, literally saying that it's because she's doing it for the children, and she's trying to give, like, I have a longer clip than the one I showed a second ago, trying to give the children a voice and all of this shit. What the fuck are you talking about? You're literally 95% of the time yelling at a screen and a chat of people that aren't talking to you, or people that are watching you that you've already blocked, that have opposing opinions, but you say you want to come on here and have a conversation, but people with opposing opinions, you block them. And so the only people that you keep around are people that are, by the way, also disgustingly transphobic. I've seen some of their fucking comments, and the people that fucking support you. That's what you're doing. All right. I can't remember what this is, but one last one.
People go to with anything. I don't understand.
Coley, I'm not saying this out of malice or hate, just because I know, because of who I am and what I went through. You need to seek recovery, dude. Straight up. My opinion. My opinion. I do mean that from the fucking heart, dude. Get your shit together. Get your fucking shit together. I know sometimes you can't see how much of a fool you're making of yourself, dude. Seriously.
And why that's the first thing people go to.
Look at her, like, the way she's talking, her eyes and shit, dude.
I don't understand why that's the first thing people go to with anything in my videos.
Oh, here we go.
I rarely see anyone other than Josh C who will call out my actions and behaviors. Most people, all they do is go for looks and numbers, looks and numbers, looks and numbers.
I have never gone for your looks or your numbers, your looks or your numbers, or even numbers on my channel. I'm a fucking nobody. Okay. That's bullshit. It's just total fucking bullshit, dude.
That's all it ever is. Anything I ever say, nobody ever tries to, like, challenge me on the thoughts or the ideas I'm
Oh, I forgot to share the screen. I'm so sorry, you guys. Thank you. I'm tired. Thank you, guys.
I'm bringing forth. Instead, it is, let me, ad hominem attack you to death so you will run and hide.
I personally never ad hominem attacked her. It's the fucking manipulation and the victim mentality for me. Since that was blocked, let's watch it again.
With anything. I don't understand why that's the first thing people go to with anything in my videos. I rarely see anyone other than Josh C who will call out my actions and behaviors. Most people, all they do is go for looks and numbers, looks and numbers, looks and numbers. That's all it ever is. Anything I ever say, nobody ever tries to, like, challenge me on the thoughts or the ideas I'm bringing forth. Instead,
I literally sit here when I talk about you and I challenge your ideas and thoughts that you bring forth. And I never talk about numbers or your fucking looks. Knock it off.
is, let me, ad hominem attack you to death, so you will run and hide.
Nobody wants you either to run and fucking hide. Nobody wants that. You just can't take the heat. You can't be accountable. But also, like, I just think that you're going through some shit, dude. I really do wish you, like, to get help and shit like that. But the thing is like, I have expressed this. We all have a heart, dude. Like, I don't want nothing bad to happen to her. And it seems like some bad things are happening, dude. And just like, I wish you the best. Excuse me, but you have to stop coming online and doing this stuff to people and your so-called friends and lying on people and acting like the victim while you're fucking trying to completely be so fucking transphobic to another community. And it's just like, it's a fucking whirlwind of just shit, dude. Straight up. It is what it is. I don't think Coley's the only one to getting back to this situation. That's just a couple things I wanted to say. Thank you for listening. But I don't think Coley's the only one wrong in the situation with Sarah and Mandy. I think they're all wrong. But I do think some are more wrong than others. But it's nuance. That's what we always talk about around here. Nuance. There's so much nuance to every fucking situation. But all of you, if you want people to like delete videos or you don't want people to talk about it, then don't you talk about it, because, and I have tried to be respectful of, if people didn't want me to bring them up or whatever. I try to be respectful, but at the same time, dude, it just gets too much and I'm going to talk about it. It is what it is. You guys have this all out here on fucking YouTube for display. Okay. And then when we ask you a direct question or we ask you a question, don't hit us with the roundabout answer. Don't hit us with the, I can't talk about this part or I won't talk about that part. It's just like how are people and viewers supposed to know what they're privy to and what they're fucking not privy to? Do you know what I mean? But also at the same time, while we're doing this and calling each other out, like, have some fucking boundaries. Have some fucking boundaries with each other. Please. For the love of fucking Dolly Parton, please. Can we have some fucking boundaries? Okay. Anyways, I'm sure there's more, as there always is, but I appreciate y'all listening to me. Okay, I'm going to do really quickly. One moment. I don't normally do this. But if anybody has anything to say, we're not going to make it a long thing. But I have dropped this link. I will say, if you're going to come up here, you're going to hit the link. I would appreciate if backstage, I won't show it, but you show your face. And if you don't show your face, I'm not letting you up. And because I don't want nobody like coming up here, like P-bombing me and all kinds of shit, okay? We've all seen that happen way too much. Yeah. And, I think that there's still like so much stuff that we don't know and everything. And that's fine. Like, if we don't know, then stop talking about it and move on. Stop fucking talking about it. Seriously. Like I said earlier, I just think it's so fucking weird that everybody's so enthralled with people not being friends anymore. But like, there are like serious things happen to people in this community. And people just don't want to talk about it and shit. All right. Can you give me a little flash of your face? All right, cool. I appreciate that.
Hello. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm on my phone. If it goes in and out, I won't keep you long. I just wanted to say, when I did that stream, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I feel like more is going to happen, but I'm not going to talk about it anymore. The reason I did that stream was because I had vocalized behind the scenes, and I felt like I wasn't being heard behind the scenes. That it was an issue. It made me uncomfortable. I didn't want to be involved, different things of that nature. And I tried very hard to keep it that way because I know I've made that mistake in the past. And I try very hard to learn from my mistakes. I really do. But I felt like it wasn't being respected. And then when Coley came out with the whole inner circle thing, I was like, what the hell? Because me and her never spoke like that. Like I can count on one hand how many times we've spoke. So there was just a huge disconnect with all involved, it felt like. And I felt like my name was being mentioned in it as a weapon to hurt people. I still feel like that. And there's nothing anyone can say to make me feel otherwise. That's how I feel. If that's not the intent, okay, but I felt that that was the intent. So that was the only reason I did it. And then it kind of just went left field and everybody kind of aired out their grievances. Also, with Mandy, I was thinking about it. Now, there may have been, because I was pretty heated and reactionary with that live stream. So she may have mentioned that she was going to come up, but I did not invite her up. So I want to clarify that as well. It wasn't like I was like, yeah, Mandy, come on up. But I think she may have mentioned that she might come up. So I just wanted to clarify that. And yeah, that's all I could really think of. I just wanted to say I wasn't trying to hurt anyone personally, wasn't trying to call out anyone personally. It was an all around kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And I appreciate you clarifying that. And unlike, you know how I am too, like, I love the clarifications. I love the truth, you know, so like, I really appreciate that. And also I appreciate you bringing up, how you said about like her inner circle, because I have to say too, I was side-eyeing you as well because just because I'm an honest person. See, this is what you do, Mandy. I was side-eyeing you too because it seemed like you were you were like in friendships and DMs with all these really small creators, and it seemed like a strange like power imbalance, and everybody was like, oh yeah, we have a relationship offline and this and that, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was really rude. It was really rude. And the worst part about that was I specifically said like it wasn't going to be a thing, and it became a thing. I specifically also said when it came to friendships and all of that stuff that I don't make friendships just willy-nilly. It takes me a while, like not a month, to be friends with someone. You know, I try to make my boundaries clear, and it just didn't feel like it was going through. Like I said, me and Coley, handful of conversations in a year. Before that, we never spoke. With Mandy, she had reached out to say that she was a content writer, and if I ever needed any work done, to let her know.
Wildflower, just 1 second. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to just block on my computer, so I just wanted to say that out loud. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know what just happened on my computer, so I just wanted to acknowledge that. If you can, Melissa, if you can unblock that, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead.
It happens. I've blocked people, and it'd be on accident. You try to click something, and then they get blocked. But with Mandy, she had reached out initially to let me know she was a content writer after a Jessica Kemp video I'd done. From there, it's been some conversation, but it was never about anything to do with Sarah or Coley, or it was always about Jessica Kemp or something like that. So I didn't even know that Mandy and Sarah and Coley, like they even knew each other. I really don't watch Coley like that, and had just recently.
So you didn't even know that they had this
knew each other
on or knew each other?
No, I didn't know at all. I didn't know True Crime Blondie was the person that I follow on Instagram. I had no idea. And then it started to escalate the way it did. And that's when I found out. And I was like, oh no, I could see it was going to get messy. So before it even happened, I tried to vocalize to both Sarah and Mandy, hey, I know this person and I know you. And I just want you guys to know I have no problems with both of you. I don't want this to be weird. hope that's okay. And it got weird anyways, you know? So it was like, no matter what I did, it felt like people were trying to make it weird. And I'm not blaming that on one sole person. You know, I have to work on it too, because I don't like when someone I need to start being more aware of people may be reaching out with not the best intent. And I need to be more aware of that. Whether they say they're reaching out for this intent or that. I just need to, when I see those red flags, I've really got to pay attention to them, you know. And
I will tell you, like, I don't talk to people. Like today you had reached out to me about the video and we talked about, or the live stream, and we talked about it for like a few sentences, but today was the first time we ever talked in DMs, right?
Yeah, you're right.
And I talked to nobody. There are literally 3 people that I talk to on the internet. That's it. And sometimes when people send me messages, I don't even respond, dude, because like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just this community. I don't think it's just this community, but like there is something about people. I am a firm believer that you just have to be yourself and in your truth, but like be smart. And I don't know. I think it's weird. You do have a larger channel, and I think it's weird, like, you know, being involved with these smaller creators and shit like that, and them all saying you're in the DMs and this and that. You know, it's just not a good look, dude. And some people, they're just not for most people, not even some people, are just not well intentioned, in my opinion.
Well, up until recently, it was not even ever anything I ever thought of. But with this situation, it definitely was, because my numbers and my views were brought up a lot. And that made me feel weird too. A mixture of them, to be honest. Like it had been mentioned, Sarah had mentioned maybe that was Coley's intent in trying to use me as a weapon. And it had also been mentioned from others of them, you know what I mean? So it was mentioned in different ways like that. And up until that, I never thought of it, because I never think of that, but it's true. And it made me start really thinking, okay, was that your intent? You know, different things and that's just me being honest. And at the end of the day, I don't know anyone's intention. I know mine, and that's it.
Yeah, same. But, I mean, like we can speculate and stuff like that, but I don't know. I just watch people's patterns, and maybe it's just like, maybe in the future, if someone reaches out to you or whatever, you give them their channel a little look-see, or like,
I'm going to for sure,
or something like that, and then maybe that will help you. And not to say that, like, you know, like everybody's channel is not a 100% reflection of who they are. Oh, I lost. Okay. Not 100% reflection of who they are or whatever, but it's some information.
Yeah, for sure. It is. Oh yeah, it definitely is. And I was not naive to the fact that Coley and Sarah were fighting. I was just really hopeful that I didn't see how it was going to be an issue. And then as we started conversating, because me and Coley didn't have any type of a friendship, there was no mistaking that. She even mentioned, you know, she even admitted that there was no way to mistake it.
But it took her a while to admit that, dude. And then she even said, oh, that was one other thing I wanted to go over in your live stream. I totally forgot. Coley said that she never, can you remind me? Coley said that she never said something about you, but she did.
Oh yeah. So I was getting messages from people saying that she had said she was upset with me for doing the collab with Sarah. Yes. And that she thought it was like, I don't know, done. Like just making comments about it in general. And when I asked her, she said no. And then, of course, on the live, she had said no too. But that's what I mean, is there was a lot of things like that, not just from Coley, but in general, where when I would directly ask, you know, personally, because I'm very much a kind that's like, hey, if I've got an issue or you got an issue, I'm going to come to you and ask you privately. And they would tell me no, or they would say it's all good, there's no issue. And then I would hear something from someone else, or someone else, you know, would reach out and say, no, that's not what they said here. It's just messy, and it's honestly stupid.
Yes,
Like,
it's very silly and it is messy. And I'm going to say it here on my channel. Like I said it in your comment section when Coley said that. That is false. I saw it with my own eyes. I have a clip. I'd be happy to put it up. She most definitely said that. And it was coming off as also Wildflower Tea, like, betrayed me because, oh my god, she did this video with Sarah, and like, you know, it's like that I'm not gonna watch her again. She did the same thing about Selfie Queen Cindy. She was like, Jeannie's gonna go in the chat, so I'm not gonna go in the chat again. It's like, Coley, who are you? Like,
yeah, I heard that.
internet, dude. Like, the entitlement.
No one owes you anything. Anybody.
Nobody owes you anything. Exactly, dude. And it's like, please stop creating this sort of like, or like, also please stop with these high expectations out of
Yes.
strangers.
Yeah, especially expectations that you don't follow up yourself. Like, if you don't even follow those own expectations, how can you hold them on to anyone else? We shouldn't hold any expectations, but definitely not ones that you yourself don't even meet. Like, you know, that's a problem. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify, like, the stream wasn't done to personally affect any sole person in any negative way. It's just there was a bunch of little tit for tat things like that happening. And granted, I seen red flags that I had ignored. So, you know, it was a learning lesson for me too.
You know,
but
what's interesting too is, like, even though I was side-eyeing you about a couple of those things that I just mentioned, what was interesting to me is, like, some of the things that I was, like, the questions I was asking to Mandy, you seemed like you didn't know about a lot of those things, or some of the things I was putting in the chat or other people were putting in the chat.
Yes, I did
You
not
didn't know about a lot of those things. So it was coming off as like a very opportunistic of these other women.
Yeah, they knew I didn't know. They knew I didn't watch. I made it very clear I don't watch it.
Here. I mean, they could be busy. I don't know. They could be sleeping. I'm not saying that they have to watch me or be here or anything like that, but you know,
yeah, right.
It was opportunistic in a weird way. And then we all watched Coley gaslight Mandy. We saw them lie to each other and all this stuff. And I just felt like you didn't know, like, the full story of it. And so, like, how could you call it out, right?
Yeah, I did. And there was a lot about that. There was a lot from that stream. And since then that I've processed and been like, wow, I didn't know. I really didn't know this was done on Coley's stream. I didn't know Sarah was saying this on hers because I really didn't know. Like, I know some people say that, but I really didn't know. Which is, again, it's a mishap on my end because I knew there was drama between them and still conversated with Sarah, but I thought because I made it clear, hey, I don't want to talk about Coley, it wouldn't be an issue. I didn't know I was being brought up in a way to be like, oh, you know, Wildflower. I didn't know that on all ends, you know, until I did. And that was the only reason. Like, I had tried to say something privately and I just felt like it wasn't respected. And I just wanted to make myself clear publicly because I could see it was becoming a thing where it looked one way and it wasn't that way, you know?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, like, when you said that your name was being brought up, I think I only ever heard your name like maybe once or twice. And when Sarah did bring up your name, when I heard it, it seemed in the context of, like, because, you know, you guys did that video together or whatever. So it seemed in the context of, like, that.
That's what
Like,
she said, the collab.
I didn't see anyone negatively bring you up besides Coley.
That's good because that's what she said. She said it was just in because we had done the collab, and I didn't have an issue with that at all. What happened is when that started happening. Plus, I don't know. I mentioned this in the live stream, but Mandy had mentioned wanting to share her story after Sarah's. So then that kind of started this little thing behind the scenes as well, where, you know, Sarah didn't know what the intention was behind that. If that was to try to hurt her, I didn't know. I didn't think of it that way until it was brought to my attention. So there was just a bunch of little things like that where it was like, okay, you know, like, what is this? Like, is this collab to hurt someone? Was I mentioned here to hurt someone else? Just stupid shit like that. That's so juvenile. And I just wanted to make it clear I wasn't playing into it personally.
Right. And I know that like sometimes all the little things add up. Like I totally get that. But what was the moment? Because maybe I'm unclear, but what was the moment that like you wanted to talk about this? Because I know you said your name was brought up and it was like a bunch of little things, but like where was the moment where you're like, hold on, I gotta talk about this?
Okay, so there was two specific moments. The cherry on top was Coley's post where she said I was in her inner circle. I think that would be something I needed to know myself before you go to say. So that was weird. But before that was what I said with the collab. Mandy had reached out, had thought Sarah's was very positive. She loved it, said very positive things about it. And she had mentioned interest of sharing her story. So that kind of started this little tiff thing because Sarah didn't know what the intent was. And I could tell she felt hurt by it because I did tell her, like, hey, just a heads up, I may do this. And I just want to make sure you're not going to be upset over it. And she acted like she was. So I
Sorry. You told Sarah you might do what? The video?
With Mandy that I may do the collab because Mandy actually brought it to my attention that it may hurt Sarah's feelings. And I was like, no, but I thought that with Coley and I was wrong. So I was like, okay, I'll be respectful and just give Sarah a heads up about it and make sure she's okay with it. And I could tell she wasn't. So it was just these little hurt feeling things like that where because this personal stuff was happening between these ladies and then they were not saying anything bad about one another to me, but it was just those little things where Mandy mentioned doing the collab and then that hurt Sarah's feelings, and then Coley and the collab hurt. It was just a bunch of little things like that. And then her community post was the cherry on top where it was like, this is getting ridiculous. Like I was trying to have adult conversations and it just wasn't getting me anywhere, it felt like. So I don't know. I just felt like it got to a point where I just had to come on and say, like, hey, I don't agree with this. I'm not in support of what's happening here. This is between them,
Yeah. It's kind of like, you know what a maypole is?
No, I don't think
So
so.
a maypole is like, if you go, you may see them like if you go to the Renaissance Fair or whatever, but like a maypole is like something that I don't know the exact culture, so I'm sorry guys, but like it's a pole that starts like in the spring, but people put up a pole and then they tie like ribbons to it and people do like dances around it and stuff like that. I feel like maybe you might have been a little bit of the center of that pole.
Yeah, I think so too. And now, granted, they all say that wasn't the intention, but I just felt like I needed to make it clear just in case it was some hidden intention I wasn't aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
it was
totally.
still definitely a learning lesson because, like I said, majority, like 98%, because I ain't gonna lie, was never about Coley, never about anything like that. Communication wise with Sarah, it was all very much circulated around the collab and around addiction and recovery. Same thing with Mandy. It was always about Jessica Kent or addiction or recovery. But that last week before I went live, it was just like this constant little thing, and I'm like, okay, no, this isn't cool.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's so much going on, even though like, I mean, I expressed how I felt about Mandy and all the situation because her intentions and my personal opinion were very clear here. But the thing is, like, even I told her, like, I don't necessarily expect newcomers into this particular community to understand our very strange and it quite honestly unhealthy connections with each other and what we've been through and all this stuff. Like it's been since the pandemic, right? Like I mean it's a lot, but I do expect people to do their due diligence. And when people come into this community, like let this be a warning to everybody, and they have bad intentions or they want to befriend their ex-best friend's best friend, like we're gonna side-eye that shit. Okay. It's just how it is here.
Yeah.
And whatever everybody does always comes out. Always.
Yep, it does. It does. And boundaries. I think boundaries is a huge problem.
Yes, you heard
Um,
me say
I'm,
this earlier.
yeah, I'm definitely working on mine. And I think I've came a lot further than where I was even a year ago, but I can see that's an issue for sure, especially in this situation. Getting too close to people way too soon, thinking people are your friends before you even know anything about them. Like, you can't be friends with someone if you don't know their name. You just can't. Like,
Oh, girl, yes. Like, but also, I just want everybody to know, like, or to want for themselves the best, right? In any life, even if not in any life, in any situation, even if it's real life situation, right? You need to vet people. This world is wild and fucking dangerous, okay? You can't just like take people in and you don't even know their not even just their real name, like anything about them. And which kind of sucks too, because there is an element of trust that is always important to any relationship, but this is just the Wild West in some respects.
yeah, and it takes a long time to trust out here for sure. Also, I don't know. I just feel like that's just something I've seen a lot of, like, calling people friends within a week, 2 weeks. I think it's possible. I just think it takes much longer than that, especially on the internet. And yeah, it's okay to pick your own side and be like, okay, this shit's not for me. That's like, you should do that. If you're uncomfortable, not pick a side and pick your own and just go do your own thing and stay out of it, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But like I pointed out earlier, it just always seems like there's a lot of people inserting themselves. Even like new
Yeah.
people, like maybe they might not know all the situations, but even like some of the people in this community, they just constantly insert themselves in something.
Yeah.
And when they're called out for it, it's just this whole fucking victim thing all over again, dude.
Yeah, I know. I know. I've been there. I've been there, so I know.
I don't know. It's wild.
But I appreciate you allowing me to come up. I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to make it clear, like, the stream was not done to hurt or cause anyone extra harm. It wasn't for anybody but myself. That was it. And then everyone just kind of came up and was asking their questions, but none of that was planned. It's not like I talked to anyone was like, hey, you should all come up. It just happened that way. So I just wanted to make that clear, and that it wasn't to cause more stress or harm towards anyone. I wish them all well, for real, for real. And I hope that they can, get it together, do the things they want to do, and learn from it, That's all.
I didn't unmute myself. Sorry. Well, I understand. Even like me, I know I'm a person that sits here, and I've had criticisms about how I speak sometimes, and I get very impassioned and shit like that. But sometimes I'm a no nonsense kind of person. That's just my personality, who I am. But at some point, it's like, you know, this shit is just like, it has to stop, you guys, and like there has to be boundaries and all of this stuff. And how do we keep finding ourselves in this situation?
Yeah, and it happens so publicly. It's like we're really sitting here talking about a friend we're friends for a couple of months, and it turned into this a year. It's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. But it happens publicly. So of course people are going to give their opinions. And that's the thing I think people need to realize is it's okay when you're talking about it. It's personal to you. But if you're talking about it publicly, that is opening up a whole community of people to also talk about it. And you have to be able to accept that if you want to talk about it yourself.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I can't tell you how many times like shit little dramas or whatever has popped off in different communities that I've known or whatever. And then people talk about it a little bit and then they're like, oh, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's like, listen, there is a fine line. I really do try to be a respectful person. Like it happened with me with Sarah, right? Trying not to talk about things, like giving them their wishes and all of this stuff. But then it keeps going on. And then it's at some point, it's like, you know what? It's keep going on. So I'm going to talk about it. Right. So and it's not to
Yeah.
say that like they shouldn't. Like I am never going to be the person that tells someone else to stop talking about something unless it's like, I don't know, some phobic shit that we've gone over, or like hurting someone or something like that. If something happened to you and you feel like you want to talk, like when I reached out to Sarah, when I stormed in her DMs about the fucking Tara situation, that video, you know, she was like crying and shit, and she was like, yeah, I'm gonna talk about like whatever because it happened to me, and that resonates with me. I completely understand that.
Yeah.
Kind of like my past situation, I completely understand that, but at some point we have to step back and look at the situation and say, a lot of you guys did each other dirty, but it was like, you know, not to like necessarily equate things, but like it was on no level that we have seen in other communities or with myself or with other people or whatever. And like, you guys don't want to be friends, just don't fucking be friends.
Yeah, absolutely. I was all for it. The first stream she did, the really long one, I was all for it. I knew about that when she wanted to put this one whole video together just in case, to be able to direct people in case they asked in the future. I understood that. It was personal to her. She had a lot she wanted to say. I got that, you know. I'm all for venting and things, but yeah, at some point I do. I think it just gets to a point where if you're not willing to hear what other people have to say about it and it's too overwhelming for you, I know that feeling too, of just it being overwhelming because it's personal. You didn't expect it to get that big. Just, you know, you got to stop.
Really quick,
You got to stop talking about it.
Tara, I see you. I don't know if you want, Tara, I was waiting for you to turn off your camera if you wanted to, because I know I requested that someone turn on their camera before. So I was going to add you, but I was just making sure if you wanted to turn it off. Okay, I'm going to add you. Hello.
Hi, ladies. I knew that Wildflower was on her way out, and I'm glad that you mentioned that conversation because I'd like to talk to you about the conversation that Sarah and I had. Because when you said, "Oh, I'm going to react," you know, to Tira and something I really didn't like, I knew where you were going already.
Okay.
Because of the conversations Sarah and I had. So she told me that you came into the DMs and you were very upset. How dare Tira say that?
Well,
She told you.
By the way, how I know that she told you? When you did that short, you did a short, and I was very clearly directed at me. It was like a day or two after I had stormed in her DMs, and you did a short saying, oh, you know, the president and CEO or leader of the anti-Tira community or whatever it was, I know what you're up to. I knew that that short was for me. So that told me immediately that Sarah told you. Which I don't
And I also want to say,
buy it, by the way.
I also want to say I knew about that situation as well. Me and Sarah had a brief conversation about it, and Sarah told me that Steph had reached out, and I also thought it was ridiculous. I was like, oh my gosh, like, why are we talking about this? That's not acceptable. What if this causes issues for her? Like, I didn't think it was okay.
You're saying to me, I'm sorry, Terry, just one moment. I just want to clarify, and then we're going to move on if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, so you're telling me, Wildflower, that Sarah told you that I reached out to her about what Tira said in her video.
Yes, and I said that I felt like that was very below the belt. It was wrong. I got upset about about Tira mentioning it. I got upset about it because I had not seen the video. I didn't see any context. I was just kind of hearing what Sarah said. And I was like, that is not okay. Like, we shouldn't be talking about that. That's wrong. And she also said to me that Tira did not ask her, that Tira, it wasn't anything like that of Tira, like, asking her approval. So when Tira said that in the chat, I was kind of taken back because I was like, wait, what? Like, okay.
Okay, well, this is what I'm going to say really quick. And then Tira, please, I want you to continue. I appreciate both of your honesty for that. Tira, if she told you to mention that, I would appreciate the receipt. I believe you, but I appreciate the receipt. And it's just interesting. I just want this part of the video to be directed to you, Sarah. I clearly do nothing that I will regret. Okay. As I said on this live stream, before anybody brought up that DM, I told everybody in this live stream that I stormed into your DMs and what I stormed into them about. Okay. So this is just another example of you being untrustworthy. That's just my opinion. Okay. Because I said not anything wrong. I said not anything that I would not stand on whatsoever. You don't think that I'm the kind of person that is calculated and understanding what I'm going to say to someone, because I already understand how this YouTube thing goes. So you can get fucked, Sarah. And that's fucked up that you went over to Wildflower and started to start some shit too, dragging her into that situation as well. Okay. That's what I have to say to you, Sarah. Please, Tira, go ahead.
Yeah. It is interesting because I heard from a couple of my supporters, like, Tira, you shouldn't have said that. Did I tell them, like, oh, Sarah said, oh, yeah, I forgot to say this. You should say this, right? And I didn't say that. I was just like, yeah, that is jacked up. I shouldn't have said that. And I have to do better, what I always try to say. And I didn't know there were more opinions out there. I wish I had known. I really did. I really do. But the worst part is she told me that you hit her up. And I said, oh, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, that's number 3. And that you hit her up and she told you, oh, yeah, I knew Tira was saying that because I've talked to her 4 to 6 times in the last year. And she knew I was making that video.
Tara, I'm going to get a screenshot for you right now, but continue.
And in the conversation that her and I were talking about you, she said that she basically told you about yourself because you didn't have a right for you to say that. And I'm like, no, I've heard it from other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, I've heard it from other people, dude. Like, I get it. I understand why she came. Did you tell her, that you told? First of all, she told me that a year ago. The first conversation I've ever had, she told me that about Coley. I've known that for a year, but she didn't.
Tira, knowing me for this period of time, do you think that she told me about myself?
Well, I mean, no. Why did I believe her stuff? I don't know. I'm grateful that I wasn't friends with her. That's the only thing I can say.
She cried the whole time, and then she called you evil.
And I have to say also,
and Wildflower, I have to ask you really quick. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, babe. She cried to you about how dare Tira put that in there? She's so bad for that.
No. Okay. She told me that Steph had reached out, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what Steph does. She's gonna ask questions. I was like, at least it's good that she came to you directly.
But I want to clarify, it's not like what Steph does. I rarely reach out to people whatsoever, but I will say something to someone directly. Correct.
That's what I mean. In a situation like
these other people that are in everybody's fucking DMs. I'm in nobody's DMs. That's why you haven't not seen me in DMs unless I show them. So I just want to clarify.
And that's what I mean. No, that's what I mean is in a situation like this, where if it's going to be something you discuss or you have an issue, you will directly go to a person and ask them about it. I was like, so at least that's, at least she came to you. But the reason it was odd to me, like just hearing this, was because she also told me she thought it was uncool that Tira mentioned it. So that's why all of this is just very strange, because I got pretty upset about it, Tira. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was very much below the belt and wrong to bring that up as like as whatever it was used for. And she did. She said that she also thought it was messed up. So you're going to do what you're going to do. And I know that. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Tira's going to do what she's going to do.
She wanted it explained why she would do a wellness check, because people thought that she was talking about because her friend was dying. Okay, so like there was a purpose, and the purpose made sense to me, and it's just me being biased as hell. Let's be for real. It's Coley. She's a trash bag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's Coley. How can they not jump on that? And I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm wrong, and I'm glad you're telling me Wildflower. Steph told me, okay, you know, like I get it. I'll take the video down. It's not a problem, and I understand why. But the thing is, she's telling all these different stories to different people, and there was a purpose. Like, you know what I'm saying? There was a purpose behind it. And then she's calling me evil to one person, you know, getting Wildflower not worked up. I don't want to say worked up, right? But like bringing it to Wildflower, like, oh my God, can you believe Tira said this? And then her to hear it and be like, damn, why did she say that? And it's just like, how dare you when you know that's what you wanted me to include? It's crazy to me, like what a piece of shit she is.
Can you provide to me, Tira, that Sarah wanted you to include that?
You know what? I would love to, but it's a phone call. And like I said, we talk 4 to 6 times in a year, okay? But we talk 2 different times, like on 2 different days, you know what I'm saying? Because I was working on this video. She knew all about the video. I could be a liar, but I feel like I sent it pre my opinion. Okay, just in her defense, I guess. Pre my opinion, or maybe even with the opinion. If BB's still here, I feel like I sent it to the girls. I could be a total liar. Maybe BB can confirm that in chat. I even feel like I sent the girls the video. So, like, Sarah knew exactly what she was doing. But when confronted by you, Steph, she folded? Really? And then you're going to call me and brag to me. It was very braggy, girl.
Crying.
Oh, my God. This is a joke.
Like cry. Like, I'm not getting on anybody for crying. I fucking hate when people do that. Like, cry.
I know.
But the thing is like, don't fucking go tell people that you told me about myself. Because what happened was I came in her DMs and I said, did you know that Tira was going to say this in the video? I didn't even talk about any other fucking part of that video except for the one I showed tonight. Right, and she was like, I told Tira about it, but I had no idea she was going to include it. Okay. And then I gave her a fucking warning about you. That's the fucking truth. And I said, you need to be careful because this is what she was telling me about you. And then she started crying and she said, oh no, like, I don't know why I keep getting like tied to these people and I'm so exhausted. And like, I know Tira can be evil. And like, I just want everybody to sob, and started crying. That's exactly how it went. And you know, I have that shit recorded.
Oh, I love that for you. Why? You know what, Steph? I'm going to be honest with you. I really like the girl. You know what I'm saying? Really liked it.
Well, I mean, I red flag for a long time, clearly.
Yeah,
like clearly I also have been side-eyeing her. And at this very moment, knowing what I know, what she said to you, I would like some proof though. But like, if she did say that, Wildflower just backed up that she came in her DMs and said that too. Sarah, get fucked. Okay? How about that? And then also, Tira, what I would like to, I'm glad you came up because I have a question for you. In your video that you did when that shit popped off in Sarah's live stream about Jenny, and then you did the video, right? You said, you kind of mentioned twice, but didn't like tell us what it was. You said Sarah was texting you some funny shit just days before. Would you share with us what she was texting? Because you said she didn't have no business texting you that.
Right, definitely. Okay, so it seems real basic, right? But like, it's like, ew, why did I just prove myself to someone? And then 3 days later, she puts on a whole show when at least I said I left. You know, whether someone thinks I'm there, I said I left. You know what I'm saying? And it was a show. But okay, so a couple days, we're not texters. That's not what we do. She'll send me a link once a month. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't have time for her like that. And she's very needy. So I've put boundaries a long time ago with her.
Yeah.
And she had sent me a video. It was a music video. It was supposed to be a complete, like, making fun of Coley. And it was something that I said in my video. I forget what it was. And it was a song that mocked it. Oh my God, that's hilarious. 2 days later, she's like, why are you not subscribed to me? I'm like, what? So I go to my subscribe list. I take a screenshot and I prove to her that I am subscribed to her. So I don't think nothing. And she's like, oh yeah, look at under your description box. And she's like, look at how the other people are tagged. And she's sending me a screenshot. So once I got off of that, I was like, oh no, that's like not what we do, Tira. That's not what we do at all. And I felt some type of way about that. And I'm like, nope, something's wrong with her. Something's wrong with her. She's looking at my description box. What is she looking down there for? Basically, I broke the @ sign, so you can't see it highlighted. You could see it's there. You know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, I'm not subscribed to her. So I didn't like that I proved myself. You know, it's like little quirks about me, like, ew, why did I do that? And after that, I was like, I don't want to mess with this girl again. I missed the whole live. I went in late, and normally I catch up, but I didn't. And I seen Jenny. I was feeling some type of way, and I did the most.
Yeah, the fucking most, Tira.
The most. The most.
Here's the thing. I also want to ask you too, in all fairness, because I asked Manny the same kind of questions, and this is something that I've been thinking about.
Oh, you can ask me whatever stuff. I told you.
I know. That's why I'm gonna do it. Had that thing not happened in Sarah's channel with Jenny and all of that shit, would you have turned on Sarah? Would you have made those videos?
I don't think I would have made the video, but it would have became very clear to Sarah, because I would text it to her. Let's be honest. Like, I don't want to be bothered with you when I'm done with you. I think I would have sent her a text and she would have known very clearly that I'm not fucking with her. Do I think she would have played victim like some people have? I really do. And I'm almost glad that she showed me what she showed me. And I'm glad that I was able to react to it the way that I did, because I need her to understand, like, you put on that show for Jenny. You know what I'm saying? I understood everything you were saying, and I was going to call you and apologize. I have your phone number. I can do that. But no, I think otherwise I would have just sent her a text to be like, dude, I don't fuck with you no more. And it was literally in between days. I bet you her stream was on a Tuesday and she texted this thing to me on a Saturday. Do I have the text? No, but like, you know what I'm saying? I delete everything in my phone. It's a really bad habit.
Yeah, why are you deleting stuff, especially when you know how it goes around here?
You know, I'm going to learn my lesson one day. There's a lot of things that I've been screenshotting. I got a whole folder. I'm really proud of myself. But did I say
Sunshine hard drive, Tira?
Girl, I'm getting there. I'm getting there because people play with my soul and I'm learning. But did I think I needed to take a screenshot of her like asking me, are you subscribed to me? I wouldn't even have thought of that. And if she ever said something fucked up on any text, I would have screenshotted it. We had a holy relationship. And I don't need a relationship like that. I don't want to talk about one person. I've made that clear. She continues to cross the boundaries, but I really liked this girl, right? And all these bad things are happening to her with my biased eyeballs. And it's like, I got God, dude. Again, Steph. And it's just like, how? With my boundaries in place, because I don't want friendships like that.
Here's the thing, Tara, right? Like, you also have some patterns and shit like that. We're well aware, but like, you don't want to like like, I don't know. It's like Coley in a way. Like, you can't be fucking with like some of these people and think that everything is copacetic, and then when it's not, because we will always find out. Do we not?
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong.
Right.
I'm mad I got. I ain't I haven't got since BFC Boy. I have done good in these streets with these non-friendships, but I'm telling you, I really like. She calls Coley emotional grifter, and I'm sorry, not sorry, but that is Sarah. No matter
I mean,
how we talk.
I think I wouldn't say that about Sarah and my, just at this point in time. Okay. That opinion may change, but at this point in time, I don't know if she's an emotional grifter, but I will say this. I noticed Sarah start off on this platform, and I saw her change a lot. And I saw the way that she approached people change a lot, and her being brazen with people and shit. And it came off like, I mean, I did get a couple of fucking DMs. I know people say this. I almost never get DMs, by the way. People are they're too smart. They know not to DM me. But like, sometimes I get DMs, and I got DMs about this, and they were like, Sarah has really seemed to fucking change. And the thing is like, I don't think she's a horrible person or anything. I mean, no, all this stuff, but like, is she also to blame? Yeah, absolutely. Because here's the thing. You can't be in everybody's DMs and then passing information to everybody else. And then when it gets out, you are asking everybody to take down their videos. You can't do that, because I will tell you something. The few times that I have been in DMs with people, I show it myself or I talk about it. So here's the thing, people listening, make sure that what you say in DMs is not something that you wouldn't want to get out, because it will get out. Period. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, and that's a huge learning lesson, because I'm very much the kind of person to take someone at face value, and you just can't do that out here. Like, you just got to be wary of everybody. And that's something I'm learning more and more, especially with this situation, because, I don't think Sarah's a bad person either. I really don't. I think maybe she got caught up with this stuff. I don't know. But I do think that, it's just messy, and it's easy to kind of get caught up in that when you're like, oh, you're just talking to a friend, but you kind of gotta, or talking to someone, but you kind of gotta remember too, like, you don't know that person. If it's already a messy situation and things are happening where they're already sharing DMs of someone else's, like, those are red flags. All of that's red flags. Even if it is Coley, even if it's this or that, it doesn't matter. It is. And that's something I'm definitely learning as well, in situations like that. But I don't think she's a bad person. I just think she got caught up. I think they all did, and I do think that hopefully it's the end of that particular situation, and something was learned from it. I don't know.
Yeah, girl, you can say that you hope something was learned from it all day.
I learned some.
Gonna happen. That's just not gonna happen, because
I don't know. Maybe I'm just hopeful.
What happens is you have me jumping on live and busting out every fucking body. And then everybody's like, Stephanie's so awful. And it's like, dude, it's just the truth. Like
you can't take it personal. It's not personal because it's put on a public platform. So then it's like, damn, if it's put there, anybody could talk about it. And if it's in the community, more times than not, you're gonna talk about it. And that's just kind of at this moment, at this time, it's common knowledge. It's like, oh, when Steph's gonna do her live, it might be a month later, but it's gonna happen, and we're all just gonna have to take it. Like, take the criticism. Don't take it
busy. But it's like, I don't remember word for word what. Hi, Josh, by the way.
Hey.
Josh has a question. I just want to say this, but it's like the thing that I said in your live when you and Josh were on your live, and I said, we just have this fucked up community where like it just exists though. Like it shouldn't exist, but it exists. And
It was perfectly
I mean,
said.
like when I in my normal everyday life, like you know what I mean? Like I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes I talk about it, but like not too often. But like this exists. It is what it is. And time after time I feel people don't learn. But anyways, hi Josh, what is your question?
Hi. So my question, which I think Wildflower sort of answered-ish, and this is to like, because I know people are going to be watching this on the replay and stuff like that. So my question is, because I've been watching all this go down between Sarah, Coley, Mandy, all of it, like, do you think Sarah has just got caught up in it all? You know, she got that initial support when she like came against Coley, and it like, because I can understand Sarah getting what's the word I'm looking for, engrossed in that, in the, not hatred, but like, you know, yeah, and sort of like in the hatred of it all, and then sort of not realizing, oh, this is bigger than what she anticipated, because it kind of looks that way.
I'm gonna let you guys answer first. Go ahead, Wildflower, and then Tira if you want to answer.
That's what I, from talking to her, because like I said, majority of our conversation was about other shit. It wasn't about this. It really wasn't. Did we have some little conversations here and there about things? Yes, but most part, no. And so I do. I think that she was getting support, and it was personal to her. Her feelings were hurt. She felt, now she had asked me a few times like my advice or my thoughts on this or that, and I was very honest with her on how I would handle it, which is very much different than how she felt she had to do it. And initially I understood, but then as it continued, it kind of started feeling like that's what it was because of the support and because, you know, all of that. I also think she just was not aware of the history of this community and the people and the things. She's very new to it all. And that can cause issues too, because, you know, she doesn't know the history of things and all the stuff, you know? So yeah, I just think she got caught up in it. Maybe the support, maybe, you know, I know Coley did continue to make little jabs here and there. And then the Mandy thing happened, which I could understand why she felt a type of way about that. I could understand how that hurt her feelings, but the public display of it all, that's how I take it. I could be wrong, but I just feel like she kind of got caught up in it. And Coley and them too. I think they were all kind of feeding off of each other and the attention from it, whether it was negative or positive, it didn't matter. That's how I perceive it anyways, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
First of all, I want to say, number one, I do not think Sarah is a bad person. Absolutely not. But I disagree with you, Wildflower, so much so that, like, it's the total opposite. That's what I think. I'm a big believer in birds of a feather flock together. I know that's a debate in itself, but none of us up here especially are going to get into a 3-month relationship with somebody and end up on their death wish list, okay? Because
it's not me. I'm not the person.
right, you know what I'm saying? But like, for real though, like we and dude, I know we've all made mistakes. Everyone up here have made mistakes with like making friendships.
Oh, yeah.
I get that too. But like Sarah, in my opinion, realized, because I think she's a numbers person too. I think her and Coley been neck to neck, and I pay attention to that because I know she knows that they're neck to neck, and I think Sarah really cares about that. And I think she realized once she got 20 people in there, and it was to talk about Coley, honey. That's why I think the whole show was put on. You know what I'm saying? Because that is not the Sarah that I watch and who I support. When she's folding clothes, I really like those streams because it's like 4 of us just chatting with
Same.
her.
Same.
But 20 people will be in there when she's talking to Coley. Right, Wildflower? Like, I would always see you in those ones because she'd be like going through her clothes and shit, or at the park with her daughter. And also,
sorry, I just wanted to say I genuinely did want to support her. You know what I mean? And her doing other things because she expressed that. She expressed that she didn't want to do this. So as it continued, I got kind of very confused about that too. And we talked about it, but came to the conclusion that we are very just different on how we handle things, which I respect. And I guess she just chose to go that route, you know?
I also think that it's so funny because Wildflower had a totally different like relationship with her, and it became like a personal thing, you know, where she was sharing personal things based on what she just said. And it's funny because mine was so surface level because I almost feel like people take Wildflower for something she's just not. I know her well enough to know, like, you think she's a pushover, but she's just not, and she's not stupid, you know? And it's like, I think she tries to manipulate people. I'm sure to Jenny, she says the worst things about us. Why? Because Jenny and I are not going to talk. That's why she can tell me a totally different story. When Steph tells me what happens, Wildflower says what happens on her end. Didn't even know that was the thing, right? And it's like, it's totally opposite. I think she knows what she's doing. I really, truly believe that without calling her a bad person.
Tira, you just said that all these people, they like tell you what's happening. Tira, who shows receipts?
What did I say? Girl, you gotta remind me. I'm old.
No, you said just a second ago, like all these people are telling you things and stuff like that. But like, who shows receipts around this community, right?
No, yeah, you're right.
It's always the same people over and over and over again, including my fucking self, that shows receipts all the time. So I don't know why Sarah felt that she needed to go and tell you and then other people like Wildflower, who's apparently not even involved, right? That I reached out to her, but here I am telling everybody and to you, Tira, exactly what the fuck I said to her.
Right.
She cried so fucking much. I was like, oh, we live in the same place. Maybe we could meet. Like, that was my fucking anxiety part of me too. I was like, fucking freaking out because I was like, she just started crying, dude. Like, she was.
Oh my gosh, this is such a joke.
So, like,
granted,
her to say that.
Sorry.
No, you're good, Wildflower. Sorry. But for like her to say that is fucking bullshit, Sarah. You know that's bullshit. I stormed in your DMs. I asked you straight up, did you know fucking Tira was gonna say this? She said, no, I told Tira about that situation, but I didn't tell her to put it in there. Tira's gonna do whatever the fuck she wants to do. And so I gave her a fucking warning, and then she started crying. That's exactly what happened. Tira, don't play me. Don't think you or anybody else can play me because I'm an honest person. People will sit up here and say that they're honest. Girl, no, don't even fucking say that. And then why'd you have to go and tell Wildflower that stuff? That's so weird, dude.
That's something that's bothering me too. And like I said, I feel like it's almost like she was getting to know Wildflower on a more personal level. So maybe she knew Wildflower. Even I would know that, right? Like, okay, of course now I'm hearing it, but like even I would say, oh, I'm sure Wildflower thought that was crazy as hell. But now she's going to go to her, and it's almost like she knew Wildflower would agree with her. And she wanted to, I don't know. You know what? I don't know. I don't even know why I'm saying it. Like, I don't know what she would get out of that. I really don't. But she knew she would have someone to agree with her, in my opinion.
Well, the way it went on our end was she mentioned it. And she didn't say anything bad about Steph, really. She just said Steph came in and asked her about it. You know, she showed maybe a bit of annoyance with it.
I did. Because at least like, too, like everybody also knows about me. I'm so sorry, Wildflower. I'm just gonna say this, but
No,
everybody
it's okay.
always tries to drag my name, but everybody knows I'm gonna try to get as much information as I can before I fucking, like talk about stuff and everything. That's just how it goes, Sarah.
She mentioned some concern of you possibly making a video or something, and I said I didn't think you were going to because you spoke to her privately, but if you did, then that you would.
Well,
But
because I told her in the message too, I said, I'm coming to you. I tried to this is like, actually, I've never handled anything like this before. Usually I just make my fucking streams, but I went to her and I even told her in that message, I said, I am asking you directly. Did you know Tira was going to say that in the video? Did you tell her to say that in the video? I wanted to know because I'm not trying to jump on live and just like make up shit. I said that.
Right.
Well, and that's what's kind of frustrating, like about this too, is she said she didn't say anything really about you, but when we were talking about Tira's video and I showed, like, I was kind of frustrated with that being a topic of discussion and why, and I agreed with you. I was like, I do think that is kind of messed up. And we talked about that. I want to say I asked her, did Tira ask her for approval or something, because she did mention the video being shared. I don't know if it was to her specifically or to like a group of people. I don't know. And I said, did Tira ask your approval? And she said, no. Tira's going to do what Tira's going to do. And she said she also thought it was fucked up. That's the
Okay,
thing.
Wildflower, I just want to make sure that I clarify really quick. So are you telling me I'm not a liar and I did send it to her, so she's seen it?
She's seen it prior. She did tell me that.
Yes,
I don't know
okay.
how or where or anything like that. She
Right,
didn't
I
like go
sent
into
it. I
detail.
sent it. Yep.
Yes, but and then I said something along the lines of like, did you approve her? Like, did she send it to you for approval? That's what I asked. And she said, no, it wasn't like that, that she also thought that that was a bit much. So when Tira said that, I would have never mentioned us that private conversation. I'm not one to do that. We talked about many things. I would have never mentioned it. But when Tira said, oh no, she wanted me to, she asked me to, I'm like, wait a second. No, she literally told me Tira's going to do what Tira's going to do, which I know. I know that to be true. So I
And
didn't
that
question
is
it.
true. But you guys, I sent her the video. Now I know I'm not a liar. Not only did I send it to her, now she knows people got a problem with it. And now she wants to keep talking about it with everybody else. See, you guys, this is some jacked up stuff. This is manipulative as hell. You know what I'm saying? And I know she's going to disappear from the internet. That's what I really think is going to happen. Because now that people got her number and this live happened, you know what I'm saying? I don't think she'll return, because I think we have her number. We really do, all four of us, in different ways. And it's all equaling 4.
Well, I hope not. I hope, like, I don't know. I hope not. I hope she just, again, that this was like a caught up situation. That was just odd to me, because when you said, oh, she basically told you to, or that she knew you were going to, that this was something you knew about already before everyone, like, that was just crazy to me. Was the only reason I even mentioned it. And then it's a bit crazy. So many different responses to the same thing. And
that's what it is for me too. All the different responses depending on who the person is. That's what's like getting me.
But I hope she continues and like does something completely different and just drops this and like does something different, because I think this isn't. I know she expressed.
I literally said the same thing to her. I was like, dude, you seem like you were doing great content. Like, fuck the shit. Do your true crime content. Do like whatever you were doing. Like, keep going that, because people were watching that. Because in the period of time she stopped talking about Coley, she was making these other little videos and people were watching it. And I told her that.
Yeah, that's how I found her channel, was when she did her that challenge podcast video. Like, I knew who she was, but I never watched her. And, I don't know. I just think I know she has expressed that this is an outlet for her, and I want her to be able to utilize it as one. I just think this stuff is very messy. And if you're talking to like so many people like that, openly like that, it just gets very messy. The lines don't connect if your answer is different with each person. So I don't know.
But she's got to have known that though. This is where it all confuses somebody like me, because I'm like, wait, you guys know, like I know that what it baffles me, because I'm like, that people talk, but this internet, this community, Steph named it earlier. It's not a big community. It's a small community. It's not like it's massive. I've seen gaming communities that are huge, and there are thousands of people in them. Like you could kind of like, and there are dramas there, don't get me wrong, but those dramas are sort of small and in between. But this is a small community. People are gonna talk, and like we discovered tonight. Sarah said one thing to one person and something to another, and like it. This is where like I get she would like. This is the reason why I asked the question, why I asked it, because it's sort of like I feel like she can have a really great channel, but I feel like she's got so ingrained into this hating Coley, and don't get me wrong, I've got my issues with Coley, but like having this hatred for just this one person and then getting the support for it, it's like, okay, I get the why, but at the end of the day, like people are going to get bored with it eventually, and people are going to talk, especially if you're saying different things to different people. It's just like I'm guessing I don't know how you guys feel, but for me it's sort of like a wow, this is a lot, and it's been over a good couple of months now. Like
it's like 6 months, Josh. I'm sure it doesn't seem like it, but it is. We're going on 6 months, and I've been knowing about it for over a year.
I came into the Coley situation funny because of Jenny Lee, which that's a whole different.
Since you said that, Josh, let's take an intermission. This is not from any of my panel guests, but this is straight from me. JD, get fucked. Okay, go ahead, Josh.
Oh no, I'll agree with that one. No, like that because that's how I found Coley. Because, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking of blue check marks. Never mind. But it's just ridiculous. Like, okay, so like, I've fallen out with quote unquote friends online. And I haven't made huge, massive spectacles about it. I've been like, okay, you don't like me. Let's move the fuck on. Like you can
I'm the same way.
You can do your content, I'll do mine. Let's just move the F on. Like,
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. I didn't mean to swear in your panel stuff.
Oh, I welcome swearing here. Okay. I'm not monetized. I don't give a shit. I'm respectful, but I also tell bitches to eat glass. Okay. So it's fine.
Eat glass. Oh, God. Yeah. It's just, when you just think, wow, this is what people are spending. I mean, don't get me wrong, my channel is all about drama too. Like, I cover different subjects, but like, wow, this is like, people are so, is it one track minded?
It's just,
sorry, Wildflower, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, from what I see is it gets messy almost every time when it's something like this, and more people get involved. Like more and more people, like these people reach out to more people, and then that, and it just goes and it goes and it goes, and the more players that get involved, the messier it gets. You have different perspectives, different opinions, different things, and it all started from this one little personal online friendship, but now we're all sitting here talking about it because it was brought here, and it was brought to DMs, and it was brought to, different things said in DMs for different, and it just gets messy. And it's like this every time. Like this, it really is. It's like this every time. Every situation is different. Some way more serious than others, like Steph said, but it does get like this every single time.
And those three are eating it up. Think about it. They're eating it up. Mandy knew. Like Steph said, we all watched it live, brother. Mandy knew. That's why she didn't call her bestie, right, with her loyal ass. Didn't call her bestie to say, yo, I'm going to go into Sarah's chat and answer questions. But she was so quick to go over there. Like, they are eating up the attention that they were given. And Steph, you said it best. When things were going on with you guys, I know I made mistakes and, I'm very sorry. But, like, why didn't more people talk about that compared to other people's friendships? When you said that, that really hit me different. And it's like, you know what? I like to think that I've been standing up for myself against Coley's mouth, but I know a lot of it does have to do with Sarah. So I have to, own that.
The thing is like, I don't always like it. Obviously, okay. When each of us get on our channels or whatever, right? We talk about whatever content we talk about from our perspective, right? And so I don't want to like necessarily be the person that keeps bringing up that shit, but like we're all in this same community, and we have to also realize too is like some of the people that wronged me, Marissa, and Bambi, they are still fucking here, dude. And some of the people that have wronged other people, they are still fucking here, dude. And so like I can't, hi Jennifer P, I see it from that perspective. And like, I remember when me and the other two ladies were going through the shit, it was like, bro, I mean, like nobody wanted to touch it. Everybody was like, I'm Switzerland. I'm not going to touch it. I don't want anything. Like it took like us sending information to Not Another Tea channel, which shout out Not Another Tea channel. I fucking miss you, girl.
Hey, Not Another Tea channel.
Yeah,
Sorry
let
to
us
interrupt.
Very loud.
Let us know how you are, dude. We fucking miss you around here, okay? But like it like took us sending shit to her for her to do a video and like people to be like, yeah, they're not fucking lying. Because like, I mean, you know what I mean? So anyway, I don't want to rehash it, but like watching this situation happen is like, what is this? Like, I don't want to minimize it, right? Like people said and did awful things. Everybody in this situation did awful shit, right? And it should be talked about and highlighted. And there's a lot of manipulation and emotional, like Sarah's Odd. Sometimes on her channel, she'll say, not Sarah Jean, Sarah's Odd, Sarah Submarine. She will often say sometimes, like, I don't watch all of her stuff, but she'll say like, being held emotionally captive, talking about this situation. And for some reason that has always stuck with me. And I think she has a great point is like, sometimes I think in this community, we hold each other emotionally captive. And even though I am a willing participant, I have spent much of my time away from here, like, doing my own stuff, school, all that. I spent a lot of that time thinking about, do I want to be a part of that? And there's always this internal struggle because there's so much that happens, right? That I want to say something. And in my opinion, I say all that to say this, in my opinion, at this point, all of our commentary, either if someone hates me or someone hates you, Tira, or Josh or Wildflower or whatever, or anybody else, they will still look to that channel to see what they're saying about the situation. And it's fucking weird, but it exists. You know what I mean? It may only be like a couple thousand people, but it fucking exists. And it just like, it's like this ongoing fucking thing that just keeps happening. It's so wild.
Yeah. And it's always kind of also like the emotional part of it. Like that I've never watched Sarah's Odds channel, but that is a really good way to put it, because you do get emotionally, it's easy to get emotionally invested. And I think that's where we throw in the words like emotional manipulation and all these things, because it's like people connect on that emotional level. I know me and Sarah very much connected on an emotional level. It was serious shit. It was real shit. And that's how it started. It was very genuine, it felt like. But that's also a pattern, it seems like it's just the emotional side of it, because even in this with Coley and Sarah, there were real shit happening in this. Coley said some horrible things, like talking about her father, like real shit, like we don't do that. Why are we doing that shit? And vice versa. Sarah and Tara mentioning the thing with Coley, like these are serious things. And that's where I struggle to navigate through, because I can see those little things happening on both sides. And it's like, wow, that's really fucked up. But it happens in every single one of these little dramas, and those serious things kind of get weaponized, and it's always on an emotional level or on a personal level that can hurt, that's harmful to someone. Hurtful, I guess you could say, hurtful or harmful, or both.
I totally agree with you. And it's like, I don't know, dude. I really don't fucking know. I just spent like the whole last, I don't know, 5 months of my life, like one of my portions of school, like studying shit like this. And it's so bizarre because I don't know if it's like some weird bonding we're all doing here, but it doesn't ever seem to end. But like, I feel like everybody still punches their ticket to the show, and they might even be part of the show, and it's just kind of like their turn to be part of the show, if that makes sense. And so like, I don't know, I have really done some deep thinking about this and thinking about how toxic and everything is, but also how oddly fucking bonded we are. It's weird. Like Tira and I, you can say like we have fucking history, and the point, the fact that we can sort of fucking communicate or like even be on this live right now, even I don't
It's a big deal.
I don't fucking trust you, but I'm
right.
Even us just being on the live, like it's fucking wild.
Right, it is. But you know what? But why is it bad for a group of people who've been watching something, all this time to call out the toxic behavior as a group? I don't think this is because we're not hate bonding, right? We're literally having a conversation, comparing some notes on someone who tried to come into the community and seems to be toxic as fuck. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying, but I also think that's what all of us do on our channel. You know what I'm saying? We're all about the opinion life. And I think it's so healthy to have these freaking conversations, because then I do get a say. I get to say, look, this didn't happen, this did happen. And then I'm not just like, it's not assumed, right? You can ask me questions and I can answer them. So I appreciate you letting me up here. I really do.
Yeah, and like I was telling Josh the other day, because we were talking about it, and I think Steph said it perfectly. I can't remember exactly how she said it, but she's like, we're just trauma bonded something community.
It's fucking weird.
Yeah, it very is. It's very weird, but I do catch myself. Even I've like pulled away. I do different content. I don't talk about community. I hardly ever talk about community related stuff, but I still catch myself wanting to check in with people, wanting to check in with people's channels. Hey, how's so and so doing? I wonder if Steph's on the stream. Like, and I will always.
I wish people would stop saying like, "Oh, I didn't watch that." Like, I know sometimes we don't watch that, but I feel like, I'm just gonna be honest, I wish more people, like, we would just all be really fucking honest here. Like, I have been pushing for that forever, and I have been called all kinds of names, YouTube police, this, that, and the other. And it's like, no, I'm just like, just be fucking honest. Like sometimes we watch each other. Sometimes we don't because we have lives or we're busy or whatever.
Yeah.
This, that, and the other, and that's fine. But you don't need to point it out. Like, why is that a stab in the side of the conversation, sort of speak?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it's fucking weird. We clearly it has been what is this year? 2023. God, what is time? Okay, so we have been doing this for fucking 3.5 years. Okay. So can we all just sit here and think about that for a second and how we have all here, not all of us, but like, a lot of us have had so many fucking problems with each other, but like, we're still fucking doing this, dude. Like,
yeah. I'm not going nowhere, and I know ain't nobody on this panel going nowhere. Steph, I know you be coming out the woodworks, girl. You be coming out the cut, but you still be coming through. I mean, people be like, "Girl, when you coming back?" And I know you're busy, especially with school.
Kara, I stay in the cut, okay?
I know you do, girl. I know you do. Why do you think people are still asking for live streams? They know you're there. You know what I'm saying? And no matter who I don't like, I still use people for sources of information. I've reacted to a Steph video. I've reacted to a Wildflower. I've reacted to a Josh. Like, not another housewife. Bambi, I haven't watched her very much. You know what I'm saying? But if something came up with any of them, like, dude, sources of information. That is what we are to it. That's what community is. These conversations. And bouncing these ideas and saying, oh shit, that's a great point, let me clip that, and see what other people got to think. But we use it, unfortunately, myself included, for a lot of toxic shit.
Yeah, totally. And like I wanted to say too, because you brought up Bambi, and I totally forgot to say this earlier, is the shit that like Coley does. I was gonna mention this earlier, but the shit that Coley does, like we've been like really nice to her, and then Coley like released these like strange videos or whatever. I wanted to mention that, but moving on. We're not gonna stick on that too long, but that just came in my head. Yeah, it's like
so weird. What did that even mean? What did that video mean? I mean, really, let's give it just a second more. What in the fuck is that video?
None of us even know, and just like please
bury that
alone, dude. Okay, so moving on. But you know what's weird too is I was having this fucking thought today, is like we have been doing this for so long that there's you could use the term OGs in this community. Like, think about
Oh yeah, because the new ones are coming in, honey. We are OGs up in the drama hood. That's what I call us, the drama hood.
That's fucking weird and demented. Anyways,
I was literally conversating with, and this is so random, but I was conversating with not another housewife the other day, and I realized, like, I remember when she was pregnant, about to pop, and her child is like,
and couldn't breathe, but man, she had so much to say.
And that, when you put it into perspective, I was telling Josh, it's like, you don't think about it because internet time is just like, what is internet time?
Yeah,
so much happens in a day.
I totally agree with you. And it's funny that you brought up that example, because when I first met Marissa, she was still pregnant. And then Marissa and I were yelling at each other on a live stream while she was still pregnant. So that's
I watched that back the other day.
There's
by
been
the way,
a lot of
just to let you know.
transitions in this community for sure, but at the end of the day, it's just crazy when you look back at it. I was telling Josh that I was like, that's a long freaking time to know someone on the internet, like, and we check in with each other. It'll be random, like every 6 months when something happens, but we do, and it's just weird.
It's crazy, like, because I've known you, Wildflower, for like going on 2-3 years. Same for Marissa, same for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've known those guys for years.
It's wild.
It's just crazy. Like, where has the time gone?
Yeah, it is fucking wild. All right. So, not to cut anybody off, but we're gonna get off here because we're at 4 hours, and
Yeah.
somebody is gonna be like, "Oh my God, Stephanie talked about me for 4 hours." So like, failing to note that I'm always fucking busy, and I just had a lot of shit to say. But anyways, I'm gonna get off here. But does anybody have anything to say like about any of this shit in closing? And then I'm gonna dead this shit and move on because I want to talk about some other videos.
I want you to talk about other videos. It's dead for me, honey.
I don't have anything to say.
I'm sure you don't, Tara.
Let me come up here, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to vocalize those few things, but that's it. And I do appreciate you letting me come up because I don't want to talk about this shit on my channel. I don't, I really don't. But I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't personal to one person. It wasn't an attack on one person. I hate if anyone felt that way, because that was not the case at all. And yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me.
You're allowed, and we're gonna do one by one, Tara. Hold on one second. Thanks for having me on your panel too, Wildflower. And you're always welcomed up here. I appreciate you jumping up here and clarifying a lot of shit and also answering my questions I had. So thank you so much. Have a good night.
Absolutely. Good night. You sleep well.
You too. All right, Tara, what you gotta say?
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you being honest, and I appreciate what you said earlier. And I don't know. There's something about criticism when you have respect for somebody, and I'm glad I found that in you, because I do. I respect the shit out of you. And it's so much easier to really get criticism from somebody you respect. And I appreciate you saying the things that you did. And yeah, have a good night. Sleep with the angels.
Thank you, Tara. I'll stay in the cut, okay?
Yeah, in the cut, girl. Bye.
Good night. Josh, what do you have to say about all this stuff?
I think it's crazy. I hope people can go their separate ways, and I hope it becomes quieter. Well, I know it's not going to happen, but something always pops off. But it is what it is. Thank you so much for allowing me up to ask that question.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're always welcomed up here. I know it's a lot going on, and sometimes you report on this stuff too. So I always want to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, and I always appreciate your perspective.
By the way, thank you for always messaging me on Twitter and hoping I'm doing well. I appreciate that.
No problem. I check in with a few people every now and again just to make sure that they're okay.
Yeah, baby, we're just out here making it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I hope everything goes well with school and everything and
thank
stuff
you.
like that.
It's going so good. It has brought such a happiness to my life, honestly.
Good. I'm glad. We all need something to strive for and do and keep going.
Totally. It's been great. Well, thank you for coming up. You can come up anytime, okay?
All right. Thank you, honey.
Good night, Josh. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining this crazy live stream. I would say that I'm sorry for popping off earlier, but I'm not. I noticed, I'm just going to say it here. I know people shouldn't point it out, but I noticed a couple of people that came in here and tried to intimidate me, derail things, use new accounts that were created today with certain names. It was all documented. Don't give a fuck. Keep going. All right, everybody, have a good night. Thank you for my panel guests. Thank you for my mod. Love you, Melissa. Thank you for everybody that listened, and I hope everybody has a great night. I am going to be doing a live. I can't give you the date, but I'm going to try. There's something else I want to talk about. I mentioned it earlier, so I'm going to try to do that. Everyone have a good night. I hope you're all well. Thank you.